No, man, all bitches are the same, just like my hoes, you know. I keep them broke. Wake up one morning with some money, the subject to go crazy, you know. I keep them looking good, pretty, and all that, you know, but no dough. When I get a bitch, I got a bitch.
Ooh, right on.
Remember that Mac the bear?
Yeah.
Tried to steal one of my bitches. Yeah, I called him up on telephone. I said, hey, man, come on over to the pad and let's rap a taste on it, you know? So when he comes over, I told her to give him a little taste, because she sure as shit wasn't getting none from me. See, that nigga wanted the honey. All he wants is the money.
Bad bitches only keep around cuz of the C-note. They know with me it's M.O.B. from the get-go. Bitch said she had a couple hundred, but she fagged though. I ain't even tripping, that just woke me up to get more. Like D-Lo, I don't put my trust in no hoe. Get every dollar GD, that's what it stand for. Shout out to the main hoes that was in the street while I was trapping in the bendo, stacking up the Nero.
Bitch, I ain't known for it, but I put the Mac down. Bitch, I got hoes from the east out to Sacktown. Go and check my background, I ain't with the goof act. Posted in the hood where it's booming, where they shoot at. Bitch, don't be a fag, I just need a bag. At least 20K, now hurry up, get on the app. I need that money fast, ASAP, I delay. Go and break your pumps, it's simple, just tuck your pride away. Catch me in the GT, posted on the creek. Playing with my chicken, I put your ass in a deep sleep. Shorty, she a renegade, heard she was a freak. Tricking out date, she don't sell pussy for cheap. She said her name was Keisha, her whole name is Kiki. She gon' make her runs, after that she at the TP. That's word to the 3-3, she sucked a lot of weed, hee.
Yeah.
I keep her fine ass connected, I call it Wi-Fi.
Smoking on this lala got me mellow like a Nick. All my niggas ballin' like they tryna be a Nick. Disrespect the click, we rollin' like we set a pick. Yo, bitch, cash me out, I think she tryna buy the dick. I tell her, go on, do your thing, and put them bars in it, baby, don't just let them hang. Introduce her to the gang like this is F&B. I say we young and getting money, but no YMCMB. You're my last girl, she swore she was special, but I couldn't call it, so I dropped her like a metro. My minutes ain't unlimited, I ain't got time. Tony Hawk, TK, all I do is grind. TK, girl, I'm so fly. I got bitches in heaven that's waiting for me to die, no lie. Bitch, I know you want me. Young nigga spin game like a OG. TK.
Hey, bitch, come here. Got your motherfucking man, come here.
Mr. Pretty Tony, I mean, you know the rules of the game. I mean, your bitch just chose me. Now we can settle this like you got some class, so we can get into some gangster shit.
Never chase a bitch, replace a bitch, that's the motto. She poppin' pussy, we poppin' niggas, or we poppin' bottles. Bitch ain't talking about a play, shut up, bitch, swallow. Bitches been following niggas, Instagram follows. Fly nigga got bitches favoring top models. Ugly bitches cashing out too, you know how that go. Collect 200 pass go, man, I love them dear folks. Send her home to her bimbo, I'm chucking up the deuce ho. You easy, that's a free throw. My range Hall of Fame, Steph Curry with the 3 though. A battle, I'm a 3-0. Hit him with the 3-0. A nigga from the 9 in my hand, that's a 3-0. That's opposite of Frio. Your bitch love me though. A nigga on top, I'm Michael and you Tito. I'm David and you Otis. And everybody notice. The temptation gon' get your chick if you don't notice. You tripping, you won't notice. You really need to focus. She give me flower bomb if I pull up in that Lotus. She stressing, she got tension. You niggas don't wanna listen. You too busy talking and not be paying attention. For real. She gon' bust it for $1 though. You tryna make it, I'ma holler though. You on the gram, I'ma follow though. You ain't working, what's the problem, ho? Real pimpin'.
Checking ain't cheating. I don't fuss, I discuss. If I ain't pin player and politicking with my niggas, we regulating. Chit-chatting and catting. All on the hoe, all on the broad, all on the chick. We been getting
money. Been cool in high school, been getting rings, been getting money. Check me out.
Niggas talking shit, so I gotta regulate.
Regulate like every day.
Bitches all on my dick, you know I'm about to regulate.
Regulate like every day.
I'm just trying to get this money, so I gotta regulate.
Like every day.
Niggas think this shit funny till we start to regulate.
Like every day.
It wasn't cool last night out in East Oakland. My nigga Bag hit me up and said, what we smoking? I said, shit, my nigga got the jug, it's good. So I hit Lil E, man, I know he got the trick.
As I got the call, I got it for the paper chase. Niggas acting funny, but I keep a gun on my waist. I don't give a fuck what a broke nigga say. Ever since I was a paper boy, I've been getting straight.
It's 16 in the brick, but I'm pouring the four. My little partner flipped the whip and he put it on four. Say he knocked a new bitch and she giving him dough. I said, E, keep it lit, nigga, get your shine on.
Catch me on the east side and I'm blowing tree. When I throw up my hood, bet they know it's me. We outside, I go all out about mine. I've been killing this shit a long time.
Now TK got the freaks, and that's a known fact. Though I put her on the track, told her bring it all back. And she $1 short on her head like ball caps. October ass niggas tell them fall back.
Niggas talking shit, so I gotta regulate.
Regulate like every day.
Bitches all on my dick, you know I'm about to regulate.
Regulate like every day.
I'm just trying to get this money, so I gotta regulate.
Like every day.
Niggas think this shit funny till we start to regulate.
Like every day.
Now next stop is the East Side Motel. I'm riding with a bitch, thick ass, her name Chanel, and she chose me cause I'm no geek off the street. Keep a bad bitch with me, something like me.
Through these bitches shipping shit overstate. Remember I was broke, couldn't put a bitch in the place. Now that I got money, they love to do what I say. She ain't get nothing from me, not even no time to play.
Look, I put that on the squad, broke niggas kill me. Acting like they getting money like me and Lil E. Say you got hoes, well tonight we'll see. Heard I bought a new home, now that bitch feel me. Molly.
Linked up with A Molly, we was all in the West. Back to back in them whips, hella fresh to death. We got it lit. I'm the landlord who got the rent. Don't watch me, nigga, watch your bitch.
Money on my mind, ain't worried about no thirsty tricks. I'm getting money, now these bitches all in my mix. Back up, cause we own. So is TK and me, the MO to the E.
Niggas talking shit, so I gotta regulate.
Regulate like every day.
Bitches all on my dick, you know I'm about to regulate.
Regulate like every day.
I'm just trying to get this money, so I gotta regulate.
Like every day.
Niggas think this shit funny till we start to regulate.
Like every day. So we gotta regulate, yeah, we gotta regulate. Regulate, yeah, we gotta regulate. Regulate, yeah, we gotta regulate.
Yo, Mama's in the kitchen with the sauce.
Living at the speed of light, it's hard to follow. I could be there by tomorrow.
Rest in peace, my big brother Ed.
Trying to face
I got trying to face this shit best way I
so why ain't got time to wait? Get out, I've been down and out for too long.
Been out for too long. Niggas long and I'm so strong. Yeah.
Living at the speed of light, it's hard to follow. I could be there by tomorrow.
Terrence Key. Shout out my nigga Roots. Keith White Sweat. Yeah, Mark, what's happening?
Get out, I've been down and out for too long.
Look. I'm living at the speed of life cause I'm just trying to make it. Shit is too real, nigga, I can't even fake it. Early morning moving too fast, but ain't got no time to break it. Cause I had to defend my life last night, a nigga try to take it. And I'm just trying to face it. Time ain't waiting, so I don't waste it. Gotta go get it, niggas tired of being patient. We come from the basement, elevation, blood, sweat, and tears on pavement. Now when we step out, it's a celebration. Fuck you mean, they did me dirty, so I'm coming clean. But I'm fresh, so I'm in her mouth, just like Listerine. My brother got 2 K's, just like Krispy Kreme. Masked up at your door, but it ain't Halloween. But we still make them scream, do anything for the cream. Because we know that it rules. Niggas with the class with guns every day, but never shot up no schools. We just trying to bang blood, but I got us swimming in pools. I guess this is what happens when no one follows the rules.
It's hard to follow. I could be dead by tomorrow. Trying to face. So why got time to wait? Get out, up and down and out for too long.
Look.
Living at the speed of light.
Been a minute since Terrence got the pen. You a snitch, dog. We see your name on document. We on the go, you throwing shade like a great tent. And every time I shoot you straight, you get all bent. Out of shape, gotta skate, your body exercise. I need that shit organic. You be bringing the pesticides. You write a fiction book with your excessive lies. Me and in my bag like extra fries. I come from the bottom. She love my depth, my sweatsuits, and how a nigga rock 'em. Loving hip hop, how bitches jock 'em. Just touched down in Atlanta. A nigga feel like Julio, but he was raised around wolves. I'm Rubio. Still be on these hooks like Rufio. It's murder in the studio. Coming up, we ain't have Fruit Loops. We had Fruitios, nigga. You probably grew up spoiled brat, silver spoon. I remember walking in the back and seeing my dad light a spoon. Stop playing. Somebody tell me where these new niggas come from. I don't love them, don't trust them. Shit, we might as well rush them. If I get my little nigga something, he probably gon' bust him. But I don't want the crackers to come and cuff him. See, these days, if you white, you can murder a nigga on TV and still get off. It's the same, but it's different like a spin-off. Cause when we do it, we just animals killing our own kind. When they do it, mental health, something is wrong with their mind. Goddamn. See, that's the type of shit that sound crazy to me. They play dumb, but it's simple like 1, 2, 3. A B and one, an F, and I'm a letter A, B, C. Keep it 100, genuine. I'm the same old G. Yeah. Been down and out for too long. Nigga up too strong. I'm gon' move on.
Swagger on diamonds just Sakasha trying to pick my brain and judge me like a book. I don't got many likes, but I got a lot of looks. My picture on the news, they trying to label me a crook. They say I do too much, I say I'm off the hook. They ask me where I've been, I say I just came from the hood. Smelling loud off this good, the whole day out in jug. These niggas wanna go to war, man, I wish they would. Oakland like Baghdad in my neck of the woods.
Rest in peace, my nigga Lil E, man. RP, my big brother here. Shout out my nigga J Martin, just let him on. Speed of life.
I love you, Daddy, and I love you, Uncle, and I like your songs, and I really love you singing in a song. Love you.
At the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
What's going on? What's going on, man? We live from the boxing section, man. What's going on with all my dogs in the chat? What's happening? Listen, man, we're going to have another great show tonight. We're going to kick it like we always do. I told y'all we back in full effect. We back with a vengeance. You understand what I'm saying? So it's time to take this thing to the next level. Man, if y'all was on Fred's show, y'all know what happened. Y'all know what's going on. Some more good news. This next documentary is going to be fucking humongous. All right, it's going all the way down. We're not taking no shortcuts. You understand what I'm saying? With that being said, G Brown, what's going on, big dog? Rob Brown, Andrew Charles, and War Willis, what's up, man? SG, what's going down? My boy C. Jones in the building, man. Prez Jafar, what's going on? Mark West, what's going on with my dogs in the chat? So, listen, man. Big news or not so big news? We don't know. You know what I'm saying? The only way to find out is to find out. So we got Terrence Crawford, Ace Sneed, what's up with it, big dog? We got Terrence Crawford filing a lawsuit against Bob Arum. We're going to see what it materializes into. We're going to see what that does as far as fights. Is anybody going to pay Terrence Crawford to fight? Are we going to get undisputed? Whatever. You know what I'm saying? And Bob Arum made it to where we had to kind of, Mark West, what's going on, big dog? We had to kind of, ask the question because we got to kind of talk about that because Bob Arum kind of, forced that upon us. So, how that is. So, yeah, man. So, we ain't going to talk too much about it, but I do want y'all to take on the matter. So, with that being said, the link is in the chat, most definitely. I need to put the movie link in the chat while I'm bullshitting. While I'm bullshitting, you understand what I'm saying? Let me put this link to the movie in the chat, man. Highwayman, salute to you, my brother. Brother Cole, what's going down, big fella? Brent Jones, what's up, big homie? We knew he was coming through. I know you was coming through.
Yes, sir.
What's up, big dog?
It's a special occasion. I got to represent for my boy Bud Crawford.
We don't get to talk about Terrence Crawford too much because y'all done, y'all done blew that for yourselves.
Yeah.
On this here channel.
But yeah, Crawford and Crawford Spence talk this time. It's Crawford versus Bob Arum.
What'd you say?
Is Crawford versus Bob Arum this time. You can't hear me?
Yeah. You said it's Bob versus Terrence Crawford.
Yeah.
Best Prejudice, what's up, man?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, salute to the chat. Happy New Year to the family. Happy anniversary to you.
Did you get to watch the documentary or what?
Nah, I'm gonna watch it tonight. I didn't have any time today, so I'm gonna watch it tonight. Mm-hmm.
A couple of people don't know how to damn work a computer, but it's hard.
Yeah.
I sent y'all the link. Y'all good?
Right. Yeah, good looking out. Where my boy DJ
at? He gonna be in here in a minute. Best Puge, what's going on, Puge?
Yo, what's good? What's good with you, bro? What's good, Pres? What's up with you, Far?
Yeah, what's up?
Good with it.
Man, you heard that big news, huh, Puge?
Yeah, that shit ain't going nowhere.
What?
That shit ain't going. It's not going to do
no, I'm
shit.
talking about for the next documentary, man. Damn near lawsuit.
Oh, yeah, that might be interesting. That might be interesting. That can give you some kind of perspective, like some other. It might be some good stuff that can happen. You could definitely use to your advantage.
Because we talking about the business of boxing as it pertains to the B-side fighters.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that could work. That's something you can make work for you.
You don't think Crawford got a case on pugilist?
Nah, because you can't. Look, the government already made it that you can't. They already made it that you can't win based on using racism in this country. You're not going.
Racism is just one of the many things. He really is a breach of contract promoting.
If he can
get him on that for sure.
If he can prove that, he'll have a chance. But that racism part, the government already made it that nobody in America black can use that shit. You can't win.
Man,
it's not what you know, what you can prove.
They've done that. They've shut that shit down already. So you can't use racism as a basis to say
what the fuck is George Foreman doing, Puge?
What you mean?
The fuck he got to do with this, man?
What I don't know. What happened?
Why can't why niggas can't ever just keep their fucking mouth shut?
What did he say?
Oh, Bob Arum is not a racist. He ain't no saint, but he ain't racist. Shut the fuck up. Hold on, I'm about to switch my to the.
Yeah, they're gonna step up. they're gonna step up for they're gonna step up for their
Shut the fuck up.
that's their people. They're gonna step up for them. You know why? Because look, how can I explain this shit in this simple way? You're gonna have those type. It's just like you have Herschel Walker coming out and doing what he's doing. The way this system is set up, and the systematic, because don't get me wrong, I'm not saying, I don't want this taken the wrong way. I'm not saying that there's not clearly a racist.
Yeah. It's what you can prove in
That's
a
not
court
what
of
I'm
law.
saying. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, in terms of being able to win using
Prove
that,
it.
like to prove it, because it's hard to prove that shit. They made it that way. But
you don't think Bob is
in,
you don't think Bob is in violation of the Ali Act?
You can't talk at the same time.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, now him being able to prove maybe other things as far as like the breach of contract and things like that. That may be more plausible. Now, as far as the breach of the acts, like, it's possible in those areas he would have a better shot at having some success against him. But you're gonna have to remember, he going up against Bar Brown. What is Bar Brown by trade?
Yeah, he's a lawyer.
So, believe you me, it ain't always about what you know, but it's who you know too.
Yeah, but Bob lost arbitration. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. So this, although it may be clear that Bob Arum, because look, I was told this similar things by my manager about him, about Arum. I was told this. It's kind of known in the sport, but being able to actually be able to prove it to the point where you could win a case against him is going to be a big task. But I think he may have chances to win in those other areas more so than that. Although it may be obvious to us, but you got to realize that this one thing you got to realize, man, like, when it comes to that group, when you're looking at systemic racism and shit like that, they don't see. I learned this shit a long time ago working with this Jewish guy I used to work with years ago, right, in the sneaker business. I was in that shit for like almost 8 years. This guy I worked with, he was owner of this sneaker business, and he used to tell us, like, yo, he said, what y'all don't understand is you got people that's white people that's living on Elm Street. They don't have a clue about y'all life. That shit is not real to them. Like, that's why for years when we would say things was happening a certain way, like he used to tell, he said, in their mind they can't fathom that shit being real because they're not connected to that shit in any real way. They don't see things. Now, I'm not saying now, I don't want this shit to be misinterpreted. I'm not saying that it's right, but they don't see things in the way that we gonna see it. They live in a totally different universe, basically, man. A lot of them don't see that shit. They disconnected from it, and they cannot sympathize, let alone empathize with that shit and the struggles of, especially their elite and status quo. They really don't. Like, they don't even realize. Most of them don't even realize that they're being racist. They don't even realize that shit because it's their normalcy. It's their normal. It's so normal to them to be that shit. That's why you have someone like the teacher, activist Jane Elliott, the white lady who always goes, who did the brown eyes and the blue eyes study with her own white people after Martin Luther King was assassinated, because she was a big follower of his. And you see how they react to that shit. And and she's made it clear in her study. She's like, There's no way possible that basically you could be white in America and not be racist because of the system.
Nah.
It's the system. You understand? You know, it's the system. Like
That's that CRT shit, pugilist, man. That's
huh?
not. I said that's that CRT teaching right there. The critical race theory type shit is that
I don't
because
give
the
a fuck.
country is
I'm black. I
systemically.
Hey,
support.
Max.
Yo,
That's that let that nigga finish talking shit. All
yeah.
right.
So that's how they view this shit. You understand what I'm saying? Like that's the way the system is. Now they're gonna try their best to make it seem like they're not there's not a systemic racism that exists in this country. They're gonna do their best to push that shit. That's why you have that now. They trying to come up with that they're trying to push against it with that critical race theory shit and taking that shit out of school and not teaching the true facts. I speak to that shit because my parents and my moms and my grandmother, my grandmother and mother and them, they was a part of that shit in the civil rights movement. That shit is real in my family. My moms and them was a part of that fucking bus boycott. And my grandmother and them, they marched with Martin Luther King and all that shit. They lived that. They lived straight Jim Crow shit. I was born in the end of Jim Crow. So those are real things. And it's always a trickling down effect. So you look, Bob Brown damn near 100 years old, man. He damn near 100 years old. He was born into that shit. So his way of thinking is dipped into that shit to a degree. Now he's gonna use the people, they're gonna use who they can use to serve their purpose. But a lot of the time, man, they don't even feel like they being like that, yo. They feel like that's the way it is. That's how it's supposed to be. Because that's what they was born into. It don't make it right. Don't make it right, but unfortunately, that's still what it is for the most part. And to tear this down, to tear down this system of this shit, it's a monumental task, man. Like people don't think that shit is gonna happen overnight. It's not. It's not. It's gonna take many more years before we as a whole can do that shit. And it's gonna take for them more so than anybody else to have a level of an evolved way of thinking to change that shit. But I'll yield on that point there.
All right. Let's do this, man. Is everybody in a good spot where niggas ain't gonna like lose they service and shit or hit the wrong button?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
All right, cause I gotta go handle something real quick with these kids and shit.
Okay.
But let me say what's up to Max, and then also let me say what's up to my dog 817. What's going on, fellas?
What's happening? What's happening?
So yeah, man.
I don't think Crawford got any chance of winning that lawsuit. I mean, even if he, like you said, even if he has points, I don't think it's enough in the court of law against a former lawyer.
Shit. Hold on real quick. When this nigga step in the room, you got to slow down, stop, and acknowledge my nigga, man. You know what I'm saying? L-Dub Boxing, the worldwide leader in boxing news. God damn it. You know what I'm saying? If he don't know the answer, it ain't a question. God damn it. And that's a fact. He ain't got the answer. If a damn sure ain't no question. You heard? Shout out to my nigga L-Dub, man. And shout out to my boy A-Gate Sports Talk. If you're still on, shout out to my dog Big John. You know what I'm saying? If I missed anybody, charge it to my head, not my heart, man.
Yeah, I was looking at the lawsuit, and I think on the grounds of the Ali Act, he can win the case. He has a very credible case. He might not. The racism might be hard to prove, but in terms of lost revenue and the disparity of how he was promoted compared to other fighters who are of other race, he can probably win the lawsuit. Definitely.
Yeah, he might win some like some. I mean, because there's more than one charge, right? So he probably win a couple.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, the race
he ain't
thing
gonna get
might
the
be.
racist one.
Yeah, the race thing might be a little hard to prove, but the others he could definitely get.
He has a chance.
Yeah,
with one of
because
those.
under the Ali Act, you're supposed to have a decorum when you're representing a fighter, and he trashing Bud in the public while representing him. That's violation of the Ali Act right there and then.
Yeah, and in today's era, man, we got all the videos, all the audio.
Right, exactly.
Every time Bob Aaron said he was losing money and he could build a mansion with all the money.
Yeah, you take all those song bites, of course he could win. Of course.
But if Bob Aaron was truly losing money on Bud, then it's not a lie. Then he ain't gonna get charged with that if he's telling the truth, which we don't really know. But to go back a couple steps, I mean, y'all, I'm pretty sure everybody in here is older than me. But how y'all feel about the CRT in particular being taught in schools? I'm not saying the history of this country, because I think definitely you got to teach the ugly history along with the good history. But as far as the thought that, like you said, that if you're white, you're inherently racist because of the system.
It's true.
So you think
what's wrong with teaching the truth?
Right.
You think it's true? You think all white people have inherent racism?
I don't.
They have a prejudice. They have a bias. They have a bias. Obviously.
I don't think it's true. I know it's true.
They have a bias, of course.
Okay, so the next question is, do you think the same could be said in reverse?
Yeah,
do you think white and non-white people also are inherently racist because of the system, and they don't
inherently racist, but they have a prejudice and a bias? Of course.
There you go. Stop. He did it right there. Now you're asking are blacks and other peoples like other groups, blacks, Latinos, inherently racist? No, because being racist and racism is a power structure. Which we do not have in this country. Like a black, I learned that shit when I was a teenager. A black person specifically, and any other groups too, Latinos that don't have no. In this country cannot be racist because they don't have the power economically to be racist. Now they can be
prejudiced and
they can be
bigoted. Yeah,
they can be prejudiced and they can be bigoted.
Yeah,
but it is not the same thing. Everybody keeps throwing the word racist around like that. You don't have the power structure. Whites can determine the way this country is set up. That's why you have things like redlining and shit like that.
Yeah,
that's why those things exist.
Yeah. I'm not denying any of that happened, but the whole
they can do that. They can do that.
That's not the definition of racism, though.
But it's the reason why. It's the reason why you have all the different individual groups live in certain parts, and it's not limited to one part of the country. It's all across the continental United States of America, man.
Yeah, it's government sanctioned racism, basically.
That's right. So that's why. So when you're using the word racism, now I'm not saying somebody can't be bigoted or have a prejudice towards another group. Now that can apply to any group. That can apply to any group.
But that's literally the definition of racism. It's prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism directed against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group. It has nothing to do with power or who's in charge.
Nah, that's bullshit.
And you also have to you also have to understand who produced that dictionary as well, man.
You're right, exactly.
Oh, so you want me to check Urban Dictionary?
No. Listen, see, that's the wrong thing. That comment. Listen, that comment right there fosters more racism and more bigotry and more innuendo. right? Because it's really by even saying that it's kind of distasteful anyway, because you have to understand this entire construct over here from 400 years ago until now has been built to subjugate a particular people and keep one above the other. So you have to understand, if they took your literature, if they took your history, if they took your family, if they took your land, if they took all them things, why wouldn't they take the definition of words as well and adjust them to what they need to adjust them to, but still apply that shit to you? So just understand, it's a construct. Okay, it is a construct, and it's not what they tell you. It's not what they tell you. It's what you see and experience.
That is the definition on Urban Dictionary, though. Urban Dictionary says racism is a system in which a dominant race believes they are superior and benefit from the oppression of other races, whether they want to or not. So,
but you understand what I'm saying?
You understand what the brother just said? What would you define Jim Crow as then, Max?
What do you mean? I think, I'm not saying that there wasn't a racist system. There definitely was. Redlining, Jim Crow, all that shit. You know what I mean? Like,
that was racist. Those were racist laws.
Absolutely.
Backed by the government. Backed by the government of the United States.
Yes.
But understand what I'm saying, Max, by you saying, hey, let me go to the black dictionary so I can see what black people say it means. Just listen to me. Don't listen. I'm not attacking you. I'm not attacking you. I'm not attacking you. It's something I'm trying to help you understand. Okay. So you understand, when we talk about these places are great places for us to get together and dispel these notions and get over these misconceptions so we can get an understanding and get online. See, when you say, okay, the Webster's dictionary not good enough, let me go to the black dictionary. That's going to be okay with all black people. You feel what I'm saying? That's just another generalization in itself. What we're talking about here is right and wrong. Okay. And we have, just like Bob, we have examples of him wronging others. Therefore, we have something to stand on. There is a history. There is a history of colored people, a precedent that has been set. And there is a history in this country of people of color being wronged. So just understand that whole phrase is nothing more than, hey, I've sat down and ate with some black people too, or hey, I got a black friend too. Let me find out what's okay with them, and then that's acceptable. No, what's acceptable is what's right for any human being.
Yeah, but my comment was in response to your comment when I read you a definition in the Oxford Dictionary.
I totally understand.
Say, well, who wrote that? AKA, you're insinuating white people, therefore that definition is not good. So I said, all right, let me go to the black dictionary.
No, sir. I wasn't insinuating that white people wrote that. What I was insinuating is that the machine produced that. The system,
the machine we're talking about, systemic racism is white.
But I can't. But again, I can't put it on a particular person. But I can put it on the construct, on this system, because it's bared fruit to that. You see what I'm saying? Now, we can find other people in history that have rode along with it and pacified it and moved it on, but I'm talking about the system as a whole. That's where the mistake comes in when you start attacking people. You need to attack the concept.
That's right, the construct. Yeah. That's right.
But that's why I was asking, because the CRT is attacking the people, saying that white people are inherently racist, whether they know it or not, because of the system.
No, so it's attacking their way of thinking and the construct and the way that history is being taught. That's what it's attacking, and the people taking it personally, in my opinion.
Right.
Yeah, benefiting from
the racist system, the racist construct. That's where there's a term called.
Hey, can I say something real quick though?
Yeah.
Max, you really can't understand because you don't even believe that you're Mexican, or you don't believe in the nationality. You think you're an American.
Thank you.
You can't even understand the plight of what we're talking about at this point in time, my brother. Is really going over your head as it pertains to being black in America, because you don't even identify with the minority aspect of the life that we live in. You did what I'm saying? It's kind of like pointless to have this conversation.
I just don't believe in a victim mentality when we live in the least racist time in this country's history currently.
But understand your mentality. But understand through the things that you share with us, brother. It's in most of our opinions, or at least in mine. I'll make our statements. Your experiences or whatnot have soured you to that. But those are again, it's complex to try to describe to someone that omits their own.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like that whole their own shit. Like I don't belong to a particular.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Because your experience, your family walked away. Because
but right now in this era, we're all mixed. To think that anyone's pure-blooded anything is ridiculous.
But mix. What I'm saying to you is, I understand the experience, right? Your family walked away, unfortunately. You know what I'm saying? I understand that can foster different thoughts, feelings, and opinions. You feel what I'm saying? Like you have to understand, we all have our own experiences that foster that too. You have to understand, a lot of us are either in interracial relationships or have them within our family. A lot of us have bisexual and or gay people in our family. There are a lot of things that we all have to adjust to. You feel what I'm saying? But but what I'm saying is your personal experiences has soured you to that. We understand that. We may not agree with it, but we understand it. And why we have more understanding for it than, say, probably a Mexican or a white person or anybody else is because guess what? Black people understand that plight. They wake up with it, walk out the door with it, and have to fight it every day. We are the most forgiving motherfuckers. Why? Because we the ones that go through so much.
Facts.
Yeah, no, and that's why I always give you guys, those products. Because I know that for one, we all live in different places, right? So anyone that lives in the South, that shit is probably way different in California, obviously. And I know we got some from New York, East Coast. Different environments give different culture and thought. But as what you were saying, as far as like a lot of us got interracial relationships in our families and stuff. So if that's the case, let's say your mom was white, your dad was black. Are you going to hold your mom to the same standard, your own mother that's white, and say, well, you're inherently racist because of the system?
You know what we're going to do? You know what we're going to do?
Are you going to make an exception and be like, oh, that's my mom, but she's not racist?
No, sir. Listen. What you do is you be truthful and you be honest, and that's with every person that you come across. And if there's misconceptions, if there's things you want to know, if there's issues, if there's things you want to discuss, then you do that, and then you formulate your opinions from that person. And anybody can learn to change or be different or learn to do better. It's what they choose to do. It's just like us in these conversations. A lot of times we'll be focusing on the facts about these boxes or whatnot. A motherfucker will run out of them and then they'll run the personal shit because they have nothing else to say. It's what you focus on. It's what you want to produce. So again, like I'm telling you, talking about somebody who's involved. Let me put it out there. Let me let all you brothers know. You feel what I'm saying? You talking about somebody that's involved in an interracial relationship. You hear what I'm saying? Yeah. But ain't nobody never questioned my blackness since I've been on this motherfucker. Can't nobody question. You hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I can tell you this too, personally. Her motherfucking experiences have to deal with everything that we talk about. Therefore, like when you said what you said weeks or months ago, you feel what I'm saying? That's why I struck back like that, because I'm telling you, I know plenty of Mexicans that would have heard that and would have called you out for that. Quite simply because their experiences foster some totally different shit. That was the first time I heard it. And just like I told you, bro, I know it's different in California, this, that, and the third. But when they was on that rampage shooting Mexicans, bro, they would have shot your ass, Mex. Straight up. You feel what I'm saying? They'd have shot your ass. They wouldn't have asked your party affiliation, who you fuck with. If you got interracial people in your family, that dude walked into that Walmart down here in Texas, bro, and was looking for brown people to shoot. Unfortunately, my brother, if you'd have been in there, he would have shot your ass no matter what you identify with. It didn't matter if they was American Mexican or Mexico Mexican or whatever. He was shooting at brown folks.
I get that argument.
Max, I can tell you something too, right? I got a cousin that lives in Switzerland. His mother's Italian. His father is my uncle. He's black. He's whiter. He looks like a white man compared to you. He faces more racism in Switzerland than me here in America. even though he looks almost white. He could pass for white, but they know that his father is black, and he faces more racism than me here in America. I can tell you for a fact.
Yeah,
for sure. And like I said, like my stepdad is from North Carolina, born and raised. Generations of the same shit, burning crosses in his yard, all that shit. Like he did all that shit, which is why his parents sent him to California, right? But when he got here, he's never raised or taught us that way of like, oh, watch out, everyone's out to get you, everyone's racist, people don't like you because of the color of your skin. Like, nah,
you can't
like
tell my cousin so, and my cousin look lily white. You can't.
But look,
tell him that
there's
racism don't
pieces
exist.
of shit everywhere. I don't think that's the norm, is what I'm saying. Like, there's definitely racist people everywhere, every country, every generation.
It's way more normal than you think it is.
The system.
I don't know, man.
That's why we keep talking about the system. Now you will have aberrations in any system. Like he just spoke about his cousin. I have a cousin as well. She would be considered biracial, right?
Right.
Her mother is white. Her mother is white, and my uncle, black. And but her mother, she was telling me straight up about the racist ideology in her family.
Right.
She chose as an individual to try to break away from that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because of her personal experiences. But she said overall, she's like the people that I came up with in the system, and my family, they were that. She said, I just chose because of my personal experiences. But she said that the overall system, that construct that we keep, the word we're using, that construct, she was like, that shit it exists. Clearly.
Yeah, absolutely.
But she chose to break it because of her own personal experiences with blacks and other people.
And
but
that's what it takes,
she
bro.
does not deny at all that construct exists.
And the ones that's honest get alienated from their family. Believe me.
Yep, exactly.
My woman's father. Okay, we'll put air quotes. Father was a police officer, a retired Wichita Falls police officer. Racist as hell the entire time. Won't bring her kids around him because of what he gonna say, and they on their last legs. But I'm just telling you, it exists out here. But then when they honest about it, they get alienated. You feel what I'm saying? They get ostracized. I'm listening to Rick Glazer in the barbershop. Disrespect Clarissa Shields.
Yeah.
He never had nothing to say about the brother calling out her name, disrespecting the woman. And for Fred to tell me Fred to tell everybody all the time, he not gonna let no man put his hands on a woman in her presence and all of that shit. You hear what I'm saying? But now one of them swinging dicks stood up and told that man to shut his goddamn mouth as an old man. He put himself in position in the wrong goddamn place. Yeah. And sometimes everybody not gonna have the poof and the motherfucking ability to allow disrespect to go on and walk away. You get what you earn. That man should have been stopped by the other men in that room. And him as a man, I have no respect for him because all he did was shit on the woman.
Damn, I must have missed that.
Goddamn shame.
What you say exactly? Because I must have missed that shit.
I missed that.
And it's a goddamn shame that he came to a platform that we celebrate on and shit on her like that. And didn't nobody say a word. Fuck that.
Yeah, I missed that. I must have missed
that.
Fuck
that, man. Hey, man, I had to walk out the shop and say, man, I don't agree with everything Fred say. I appreciate the time on his platform, and I appreciate what he do in his community and shit. But we don't agree on all his views. Like I said, you're gonna vote for yourself for president, but you got a platform and you never told none of us about it, just in case we want to vote for your ass or believed in your ideals. So how much did you really believe in yourself to vote for yourself? Man, we can all be better. No matter what the hell we doing. I fall short too. But some shit got to stop. And that was disrespectful. You want to talk about how nasty she was, but how nasty was the man saying what the fuck he said? Do we have to go pull a video of him shitting on Clarissa Shields, calling all kind of bitches and hoes and dykes?
Oh, word?
That's why a brother punched him in his goddamn mouth.
Right.
Okay.
There's context to that shit. So sit up there and call her nasty and all that, and you don't respect women's boxing. And fuck you, Rick Glazer.
That's why I came in.
Who are you? Fuck you.
Yeah, that's when I came in at, and he said he don't respect women's boxing.
So I agree with him on that one, but I don't really like women's boxing either. I mean, I like some of them, but like
to each his own. To each his own. You'll watch women's MMA though. You'll watch women's MMA though. So to each his motherfucking own. To each his motherfucking own. But don't disrespect that woman.
Don't disrespect her.
Fuck you mean. And then have respect for the man that disrespected her and said that she didn't apologize or nothing. The fuck? You know why? Because he the type of man that his wife stand behind him. You hear me?
Yeah.
He kick his boots off when he walk in. He drop his shit down and she pick it up and don't say a word. Yeah, she go with whatever the fuck he tell her. Y'all seen Mississippi Burning?
Yeah, hell yeah, that's the classic.
Go watch Mississippi Burning, Mix, if you ain't never watched it. Yep. You'll watch a white woman in there in turmoil who's a good person, but married the wrong motherfucker and co-signed this shit for as long as she could. It happens, bro. And say, like you talk about prejudice and racism. See, I'm gonna say what most of us want. A lot of us prejudice to them too. You know why? Because they never show no motherfucking compassion on the whole.
There you go.
Yeah.
The first time we got to see it was George Floyd. And it brought and the motherfuckers that could have kept the movement going on and opened more doors and more eyes. Kumbaya.
Always.
And that's what always happens. So Mick, it's a little bit different. But understand that even us, some of the most hardcore and will tell the truth about it, we got real shit going on too, because this world is this world, bro.
I think everybody prejudiced a little bit.
But understand, it's the ability to come to the table and discuss those and dispel those. If you want to get to the truth and you want to be better, you'll sit down and do that. If you want to keep believing the lies and stay in that bubble and not believe that shit, the same shit I was bitching and getting shit on about Terrence Crawford for saying he's suing Bob now for. All I was doing was holding him accountable on the shit. But nobody seen it that way. They seen me taking him down. But he turned around and he's suing the white man for the same shit. And he been doing this shit for 50 plus years.
Yep.
I just want to come in the shop on behalf of Clarissa and say that, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to chill with my lady. I'm going to show her a whole lot more respect than that motherfucker showed women tonight. I salute to y'all, man. Y'all having a good conversation and keep it cooking, man. You know what I'm saying? But that was some bullshit. That was some motherfucking bullshit. And Rick Glazer need to be called on that shit. And I understand you got to keep them motherfucking relationships, or some motherfuckers feel like they do, for shows and for ratings and all of that old fuck ass shit. But he shouldn't have disrespected Clarissa like that and got away with it, hoe ass.
Indeed. Yeah, because I came in on that end of that part when he was talking about her.
Oh, I was in there. I didn't like his tone.
He was so casual with it, like. Yeah. And you see how casual he was with that shit. Like it flowed off. The part I caught, it was flowing off of him so like naturally.
Yeah, that's what we're talking
about when we're talking about being raised in that system. Like it's their normality. It's normal.
Right. He was comfortable. Yeah.
Even amongst a show that he know is predominantly
black,
so-called blacks, he still felt he could not go outside of himself and not do that shit.
Yeah. He was comfortable saying those things, being disrespectful,
You understand when you raised in that environment like that, like when that's like it's like she said, like I agree with Jane Elliott, like she said, it is damn near impossible to be. And that shit still apply right now, because this idea that some people be having, like it ain't no racism in America, that shit, nothing could be further from the truth.
Exactly.
Oh, nothing. No. I'm just saying this is the least racist era in America. But there's still racism. There's going to be racism to the end of time. It's never going to go away.
Think about it like this. Just because you engage with an individual who they're using this terminology as race, like a different race with you, you're willing to do business with them. That doesn't mean that at your core you respect them or care for them. Slave masters doing chattel slavery was having sex with the young girls.
Exactly.
They didn't love them.
Right.
It served their purpose. You understand? You can't on one hand say that black people are some kind of subhuman, and then you having sex with those subhuman dogs. That's like you having sex with your fucking dog.
Yep.
Because on one hand, you saying it's an animal. Then on the other hand, you're doing things with that animal that you should be sharing with your own species and kind, because you don't think it's human. But yet you're having sex with this non-human, in your eyes, less than human entity. So just because you engage and do business and even do business and do things that appear on the surface to be good doesn't mean that you actually respect or love or care for that group of people or individuals that you're doing that with.
So how do they prove it? Huge.
You understand? So this is why do you think, look, this is why they always come up with ways to protect their system. That's why they came up with that way of making it so much difficult for a person to win, saying somebody's being discriminated based on, or being kept from a job or out of a place to live based on race. This is just a way for them to protect their system. You understand? They have to try to protect this shit. This is how they survive. This is what they govern. Like it's a corrupt system. This system is inherently corrupt, point blank. Mm-hmm. There is not a single solidary organization, business that they formulated or created that if you go through from the top to bottom, that you will not find some form of corruption in. Not one. That's just what it is. Point blank.
But the question I was going to ask you is how can you tell someone's true intentions? You know what I'm saying? If they're not gonna expose them themselves, you know, like you said, in the sense of like, you can be the most racist person in the world, but you're like, oh, but you know, I hire black people and Mexicans for my job because, like you said, you benefit off them, right?
That's right.
You could also not be racist at all and say the same shit. Well, I'm not racist, and you really aren't. But how would you really know what that person feels in their heart?
You won't. And test you won't really know.
So that's what I'm saying. It's not fair to judge people.
But certain things will be shown by way of nature. Certain things will be shown. And look, there's nothing free in this world. There's a give and take in everything. There's a give and take in everything. So you just have to accept it for what it is. It's not necessarily always your job to determine that, even if something is done against you in a racist way, or your family members, or people that's close to you. But in the bigger picture here, when you're looking at this system, and like he said, the construct that they have created, they benefit off it. Like they make so much money keeping people in turmoil and conflict by being able to keep people separated. Like they'll push the idea when they came with integration. And reality is, in pure straight facts, genetically, as a system, like integration could not really work, and it would not, honestly speaking, be good for whites. True integration. Because after a certain amount of time, they would get amalgamated back into the darker groups of the planet. And I know some people may not like to hear this shit, but we need, believe it, because of nature, whites need to be here too. I know a brother, he can't stand white people so much. He said, I don't know why God even made them. I said, because they needed to be here too. That's why. Yeah, everything that exists, it exists because it needs to exist by way of nature, whether you understand it or not. So as an individual, we all here to learn ourselves and to elevate yourself, man. That's what this is all about. And that's everybody. And that group, every group has had a chance to run this motherfucker. It was a time when our group, the so-called black group, was the dominant group for a long time. Paradigm shift happened, boom. We're not at the top no more. But every group have their time to shine under the sun. And you have to learn. We have to learn as a species to be better. But
I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. I think everyone has free will to make their own decisions, even if you were raised a certain way. Such as like what 817 was saying with his girl. You know, she went against the family. You know, after you get to a certain point in time and you learn things for yourself, you become grown to make your own decisions, and you realize, okay, look, my parents were raising me wrong, and I'm gonna break that generational curse, and from here on out, my kids and so on and so forth will be raised in a different manner. I mean, I don't think racism is never going to go away. Never. There will never be a time in the history of Earth where there's just no racism or no prejudice. It's not going to happen. We're all naturally prejudiced by nature. It just is what it is.
You say never. Like that old saying, never say never. And I would say I can't really agree with that. You know why? Because I was raised I was a kid of the 70s and 80s, right? And when I grew up coming out of the 60s, in which I was born, and in the early to mid 70s, a lot of my closest companions were white kids. You know, I've sat in white people's house, ate and all that shit as a kid. And then, you know, like my nephews and them, you know, they like when they would be at my mother's house and they would see pictures in there and they seen pictures with white kids in my picture. Like, yo, that's white boys in your picture with you? I'm like, yeah. Those are my friends. That's why I grew up with some of them when I was little. And to them, that shit was baffling. Because by the time they was born, my hood was all black. So they couldn't comprehend that shit. Because when my family moved in there and more blacks moved in there, it was white flight. Pew, pew, pew. Them niggas was gone. Some motherfuckers was gone. You know, by the mid to the late 70s, they was out. The majority. And to be able to, like, for me as a kid, see, I ended up getting involved with shit, and I ended up getting some form of knowledge of self for who I am. But I remember that feeling like we was all the same. I remember that shit like it was yesterday, yo. I remember that shit. But the reality of my life showed me that's not how they view it. It was never me. It was them. You understand? It was them. But I remember feeling that feeling as a kid. Like, I didn't, like when you said, like you said a little while ago, it's always gonna be racism. That shit ain't true. Because I didn't look at white people a certain way until I started experiencing things. I looked at us as the same until my actual life experiences showed me something, facts that I could not deny. You understand?
But the reason I said always is because all it takes is one. Like, if everybody in the United States of America was not racist, but one person was, then that means racism was a lot. Like, it's never going to be fully eradicated.
But do you think, let me ask you this question then. Do you think, that's why I said what I said about the integration, like, if it truly got to that point where that we got to the point where humanity could blend like that, we won't have.
Like I said, we're already all mixed right now. This generation, we're all mixed.
Everybody would amalgamate. All those other groups would amalgamate into the genetically more dominant group. So then you wouldn't have whites, but you need to have them. I know some motherfuckers don't want. I know some people probably even on this. There's probably some people even on this chat right now. They don't want to hear that shit.
Yeah, because if you're white and you're mixed with black or you're mixed with Mexican or something else, like, you're gonna have those features pop out more. So then, you know, a half white, half black person is still considered black in this era. You know what I mean? No one can be the white side.
Yeah, so, under this under this construct. I'm gonna use that word.
Me having a Mexican heritage, I guess you could say, right? I know, or just being around, like, so the city that I live in, the number one most like discriminated group of people is Mexicans out here. It's not blacks. There's not a lot of. I mean, there's black people out here, but they're not the ones being looked at as far as being less than. It's always Mexicans. The police will pull you over if you're Mexican. It's the Mexican gangs that run everything over here. Like, it's Mexican. So from that standpoint, it's like I've been pulled over just for what I look like. You know what I mean? Not being black, because this is a predominantly black area. But I also see that traditional Mexicans, like, a lot of them are very racist. You know what I mean? Like, they don't like whites or black or anyone outside of just Mexicans. And actually, a lot of them are very tribal, where they don't even like certain other kinds of Mexicans. If you're not from a certain area of Mexico, there's certain people that, you know, you're from a certain area, so they only fuck with each other and not the rest. But what I'm saying is, like, at the end of the day, I think right now, I think we're getting progressively better because, you know, racism is taught. It's not. That's why I say I don't think it's inherited. Because when you're a newborn baby, when you're 2-3 years old, you're not racist. Like, someone has to tell you or teach you or raise you to not like somebody or tell you certain bad things about certain demographics. And that's why that CRT shit, it's like, I don't like that shit, because you might be telling some young kids, like, hey, guess what? You're white. So, you know, the system for the past 400, 500, 600 years means that you are racist and you don't even know it, because you have all these advantages no one else has. And, like, I don't think that's fair to be teaching the children. If you want to have those classes in college and debate about it and go back and forth, and so be it, because they're adults. But to teach that shit to young children and get them confused, where they might go home and be like, Mom, I'm racist because just because I'm white, like, that's just not cool. Because in my family, my direct family, I have 3 brothers, and 2 of them are black and 1 of them is white. Like, colored eyes, white, like white boy, like pickup truck, white, you know, and my other brothers are Crips, so straight black. And I remember when the BLM movement went on for the George Floyd shit, there was a lot of pushback with the Black Lives Matter, All Lives Matter thing. And I remember talking to one of my brothers, my black brother, about it. And I asked him how he felt about it, because, you know, we had a conversation, just bounce the shit off. And he told me, I don't give a fuck about that shit, because all my enemies that I want to die are black. So how can I say Black Lives Matter when there's people I want to kill right now? So that just opened my eyes to some shit where it's like, hey, everything's just an individual choice. Oh, I know who Jane Elliott is, 817.
But that's a part of the but that's all a part of what we're talking about when we mentioned the construct. That's exactly the reason why that was created, to create that mentality to exist. You understand? That's exactly why. Because, like I said, truly speaking, like if the genetic dominant group, because that's a scientific fact. They taught that shit even when I was in junior high school. You got the dominant dark gene. You got the light recessive gene. You're gonna get the light recessive gene from the dark dominant gene, which came first, right?
Yeah.
So if you have that, if that being the case, genetically, you could, if we mixed with every so-called, let's just say white, let's not put the other groups in it. You technically, after a generation or 2, you wouldn't have no more so-called whites people as we call them today, right?
Absolutely.
But there's a reason in nature why they exist. Now, there needs to be a higher level of consciousness for all of humanity. But that's a whole nother topic. I'm not trying to go there. Here's
a question I ask you, because you're older than me, and I believe you said you was born in the 60s, so you came right at the end, or when you were kids, probably in the middle of the civil rights movement. So I would say this: if you could think about every human being you've ever encountered, from a little newborn baby to the oldest man you ever met, from people on the bus, co-workers, students, teachers, someone walking down the street, what percentage of people that you've ever encountered would you think is somewhat racist? Do you think it's a majority or a minority?
Because
I would say off top, majority of children probably aren't under like 5. You know what I mean?
You say aren't?
I would say majority of children probably aren't unless they were taught that in their household. Because I think a lot of kids are just you know, they're genuine. You know, they're innocent at a certain age until they get a little older.
No, I agree. I can agree with that in the sense that, look, the reality is, like I said, it is definitely a social construct by the particular group that's in power. This is how they maintain their power, by doing this. And like as I explained earlier, you know, it was a time when our group was the dominant group worldwide, and there were events that took place that changed that. So I can agree with that, because truly, but this is a whole nother level of thinking. Truly, no one wins the race in the race war. You know, that's the true fact. But that's not the universally accepted fact. You understand? That's not the universally accepted fact. There are other factors that go into everything. It's like when you see a penny, you see that one penny, but there were multiple factors that went into creating that one penny that you know nothing about. All you know is you got that penny, that copper penny in your hand. So there's other things that factor in to all these things, man. And those things are something that will have to be dealt with as well. So when you look at, and it affects every aspect of our lives, it affects every aspect of most of our lives, all the groups that exist, black, white, and everyone in between. You understand? They literally control all the factors of your life, you know? And this is why, I don't know if you listened to the show last night when me and Santos was talking, and I was explaining to him about, I say most blacks, so-called blacks, Americans, I'm speaking about black Americans specifically right now, or blacks that's been here a number of generations. Their mind concept is basically white. Because if you can't speak, that's why I said, when you lose, like when you heard the brother 817, when he talked about when you lose things, and one of the things he mentions, like you losing all these different ways about yourself as a people, you ultimately lose a culture. And where there is no language,
pictures right to history.
And when there is no language, there is no culture. So if you don't have a distinctive language that's unique to your group, you're going to lose a major part of who you are as a human being. So if you only can speak the language of your captor, your thoughts are by designation his thoughts, because you can't think outside of that. If you don't know, if you're not able to speak in something that's unique to your people, so your thought concepts is only that. You can't think outside of that shit, because that's all you know. And then, unfortunately, many Black Americans tend to speak American English only, and they speak the dialects of American English all across the country, from the East Coast to the West Coast to the West and to the South. The dialects therein. So how do you think outside of that? How do you really formulate thoughts outside of that?
That's part of the reason why I stand on what I stand on when I say with the whole I'm American shit, because when I grew up my whole life, I was always told by the traditional true Mexicans that I wasn't Mexican, because I don't speak Spanish. I don't have a Mexican culture. I don't do any of this. I mean, of course, I like the food and shit, but the way I was raised in my household was not a traditional Mexican. It was, my dad was in the Navy. We're proud to be American. That's how we stood. So I don't know Spanish to this day, and I always felt like I live in America. We speak English here. So I've always stood firm on, why do I need to learn foreigners' language?
American
English, not English.
Yeah.
And so but when I started thinking about the evolution of culture and race throughout time, it's constantly evolving. So it's kind of hard to feel such a strong connection to something that in the next 50, 100 years is going to be something different. You know, it's just kind of this era, this generation type shit, because, I mean, as far as like the power thing, like you were saying, the people in power with the whole racism thing, if you take a look at like not ancient but older, like Africa, right? Like if a certain, let's say in Ghana, like in Ghana, if you're Ghanese or whatever, your power structure, you might be shitting on someone else that looks like you, but they're not from your tribe or they're not from your country. So obviously you can't call it racism because they're also black Africans, but it is a power thing because certain people want to be in power and keep other people down. But
there is the thing as tribalism. You're right. Yeah, that
yeah.
exists. That definitely exists.
And then there's an argument, right? There's that saying where all apples are fruits, but not all fruits are apples, right? Like there's that test thing. So I feel it's the same way in America, where it's like majority of the elites are white, but not majority of whites are the elites. So I do believe that yes, the people on top, the ones that are in charge of making the laws, the ones that are in charge of all the money, the Rockefellers, all these other motherfuckers, they're white men. But I don't think that their push is to keep minorities down. I think their push is to keep anyone less than them down, which includes poor white people also. I don't think they're giving them an advantage over other poor races. I think they just want to keep all the money for themselves, regardless of who the fuck is under them.
Well, that's a different like I said, it's multiple facets to this. It's not really as simple as let's say black and white. You know, other colors exist. Yeah. Gray is a real color in this in our spectrum when we looking at colors. It's the reason why you can look at blue and say that's blue, and you can look at gray and say it's gray, and you can look at yellow and say it's yellow. You understand? So when you look at this, the overall complexities of it, there are multiple things that you can focus on, but you have to deal with the fact of the actual system that we exist in. You know, there's certain things you can't deny. And it's America, and it's the world over, because like the concepts that we'll have here, literally, I was just explaining this a couple of days ago to this elderly sister that I trained, right? She's originally from Tehran, right, in Iran. I guess her family probably came here during the time when the Shah of Iran was exiled out of Iran and all that shit, right? So we was having a discussion about these type of things. And you know, I had to really make it clear to her, like, yo, like, no disrespect, but no foreigners can't tell black people in America nothing about racism here, because of the things that we faced, and I have to add, still are facing. You understand? Like, I got sons. I shouldn't have to worry about my kids out there, or my daughters for that matter. You know, absolutely. I shouldn't have to, based on that, the ideologies. Like, my kids can't be anywhere in this country and feel safe. You understand? They can't. I've seen Mormons walking around in the hood with them backpacks on. I've seen that shit. It was a time when they would have got their ass kicked, that some of them used to. But around the time they started coming around there, they was able to walk through there a little bit. You ain't gonna see no members of I'm just gonna use like the Nation of Islam walking through certain parts. Like here in New York, they couldn't walk through certain parts of white areas and without the cops would be on their ass, or the neighborhood watch would be on them. Certain things that they can't do, and that's based on the system which we don't control any longer. You know, that we just don't control, and you can't deny these. To deny these facts will put you in a bad situation. You know, it don't mean that you have to accept the fact that you're in it.
Hey, your mic changed up a little bit, Peaches. Yeah, but you sound hella far.
You sound how I sound now?
A little bit better.
Yeah, so the facts is you just got to deal with the facts and the things that the way that they are. And are you really want to work to make it better? Like, and that would be the innocent for us. We live a different reality.
Oh yeah, oh, there you go. There you go.
We live a different reality.
A little bit. Your shit kind of fucked up, so.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Real quick. Hold on. Well, I got you in a default. How it sound now?
Oh, there you go. Perfect.
Yeah, I switched it to the speaker. Yeah, so when it comes to that, but like it touches all aspects of life. And that's why we talking about like the show and in boxing. Like the reason why we having this discussion is because of what we can perceive as that reality from outside. You know? That's why. Now, somebody like Bob Brown, he's an old guy. He was raised in a system that was conducive to him being the exact way he is. And like I said, that does not mean per se that he hates every individual black person, because a lot of those black persons, actually, they made him the most of his fucking money.
Yeah.
They made him the most of his money. The reason why he lived the life he lived was primarily from those black athletes. The overwhelming majority of them. Is why he lived the good life that he's lived. More so, because like I say, it's a reason why he left his profession as a lawyer to become a promoter in boxing. You know, it's a reason for that shit, man. You don't do that shit for no reason. You live a good life because of that shit. So these things that going on, you see these little slight changes, but you see little things. Now we getting some individual victories, but the process is slow. It's not happening at the natural rate that it should be. It should really be happening. You know, it's hundreds of years. People like to always bring up, oh, that shit was a long time ago. No, it wasn't. Slavery didn't. Jim Crow ended in 1969, yo. Officially. It's not long. That's not a long time ago, man. It's not 100 years. That's not 100 years ago.
And even 100 years isn't that.
That's not really long either. But I'm saying we're not even getting to 100. That's how close that stuff is to me. You would be amazed if you was to go across America and look at some of the things that's on each individual state's books and laws and shit. A lot of them got some very old, archaic ass, messed up laws and shit to this day. And the majority of that shit was set in opposition to our people here.
Because redlining ended around the same time too, like late 60s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but,
so
I mean, shit, Libya still got slaves today. They got a fully active slave trade in Libya right now in 2022 on the face of this earth. There's still people
right now. And this is my point. This is my point exactly. Like, this is some things that we continuously battling, and it's a reason why we have to speak out against it. But it's a power structure in play that 100% benefit from that shit. They don't want. I was just explaining this to these young brothers yesterday. I said they don't want the hood to change. Kidding me? Are you out of your mind? They don't want that shit to change. How they gonna pay? How they gonna send their kids to college? You stop going to jail.
See,
how they gonna do that?
I'm glad you brought that shit up, man, because my whole life I was raised in those environments, and I was taught the mentality that a lot of young dudes are taught, regardless of what race you are, of violence and stuff like that just leads you down a path you don't need to go down. But that's why I've said, to me, and this has always been a controversial statement, so I know it's going to be controversial, but to me, I said, since the inception of hip hop, which was about mid to late 80s, that has done more harm than actual racism. Between the drugs, the violence, the gangs, the killings, like hip hop influences more negatively than just like, just racism in general.
Well, the reality is it's a part of it. It's a part of it. It's just an aspect of it. A tool that they found to use to further their agenda. It's a part of it. This shit is like the Matrix for real, man. They take it and morph it. It's like
the people involved.
It's like the Matrix for real. They're very one of my mentors taught me this a long time ago about the so-called quote unquote dominant group. Said they're a very calculating group. He said, how do you think they managed to have stayed in power for so long? They're very calculative in all that they do. They have think tanks where motherfuckers sit around, all they do all day is sit around and think about how to protect this system, how to keep this stuff going. You understand? And they'll take what's necessary. They'll take what we created naturally and make it work against us. This is what they do. Like,
and they've convinced us that that's the lifestyle to live and to perpetuate. Because I was caught up in that too when I was younger, thinking like, anybody disrespect you, punch them in the fucking mouth. When it goes there, goes there. But when I started getting older and I started seeing a lot of people that were close to me dying, and most of the time they were being killed by people we all grew up together. You know what I'm saying? And it just like it fucked me up because I was like, yo, like we all went to middle school, high school, all this shit together. Then we become men. We get in a fucking argument, regardless if it's about money, drugs, bitches, whatever the fuck it might be. And motherfuckers just want to kill people. Like just kill you. Not even fight you no more. Just I'm gonna kill you now. Like you're not gonna live no more. It's crazy.
But this is what happens when you don't have control. Like I said, you thinking with another man's mind. You don't got control of yourself. You're out of your mind.
Yeah, because that's what you perpetuate as a thing to do. Like, oh, you're hard for that. That's right. That's what you're supposed to do. And it's like, no,
like earlier. I'm gonna interrupt, but earlier, like when 817 was on, you heard he used the word history. See, history don't belong to us. History belongs to them. History is not ours. History belongs to the Makasu, the Kakasu, the white man. They created history. That's their shit, man.
Like I said, man, the victors write history. Whoever won gets to write their own story.
One of my teachers taught me that shit years ago.
Same thing with all the religious crusades and Christianity, all the same shit. They did the same shit.
To the victor goes the spoils of the Lord. The winner always tells the story, never the loser.
Always.
So all these things factor in. All of this. It's not one thing. And there's so many other elements that's involved. But at the end of the day, you don't give you personally wouldn't care about those elements when something happened to you, or when something happened to me. Like I said, I got my sons and my kids. That's my biggest fear. If something happened to my kids, because if something happened to one of my kids due to this racist society, y'all gonna know me. You're gonna be like, yo, I used to talk to that motherfucker on. You're gonna be like, I used to talk to him, yo. He was a cool man. I'm
right there with you, man. I got a 12-year-old little girl.
So, and I pray to my ancestors that they protect them. For that reason, I pray to the Nadar for that shit, that they protect me and my family specifically. I'll go for mine. I don't give a fuck. But my kids or something, I'm gonna be a fucking public enemy number one if something happened to one of my fucking kids based on this system. Yeah, of course, everybody would love. I remember as a little kid, hearing this shit, everybody wants so-called wants peace, but why isn't there? Why?
Yeah, I mean, I was
Why
me
isn't there?
myself. I was numb to that shit. Like at a young age, I would see other people get killed or stuff happen to other people. Other people get robbed, but like you said, it don't hit home until it's someone close to you or you
That's
yourself.
right.
But when I lost a couple homies and someone tried to kill my brother at Applebee's, luckily
Mhm.
he defended himself, but I started noticing, I'm like, what the like this is crazy. Why are we living like this? That's when I started really realizing, like, yo, like I feel like I got tricked, man. I feel like someone scammed me, man. Like, cause I grew up my whole life listening to hip hop, watching the movies, Don't Be a Menace,
Mhm.
Boys in the Hood, all this shit. And I wanted to be that. Like, not that I wanted to be that, but I always was like, I would how do you handle like confrontations that way. Like,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
so with
yeah, no
that brother,
doubt.
you gotta lay him down. That's it. Like I was never
It's,
taught like, just walk away, let it go. It's people like whatever, it's not worth it. It was always like head on, like and then people started dying. It was once it got past fist fights, it just turned into a whole different thing. But that's
but
why I
that's
was
what
like,
they
yeah,
wanted.
man, this is crazy. They really got me, man. Like,
But yeah, but that's what they wanted to be. There's people that wanted to be just like that. For real. They wanted to be like that. By design. So we got to look at that shit.
Santo.
You have people like whenever you
Yo.
try to get people to truly come together. Yo, Sento, my man.
Oh, he woke up for me. All right, 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 all right.
Who else? Who
What's
else
that? Oh,
came in?
no,
Somebody
that's
else came in
DJ.
too.
You look like DJ put us on.
Yeah, somebody else came on too, right? Who that?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the names aren't up. I can't see.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, who is that?
Barely.
Somebody
Barely,
else.
barely, barely. You can barely hear.
Yeah, I might need a new headset. I don't know if you can hear me
He's
that
low.
good.
Thank you to the conductor.
Yeah,
You
you
know, I forgot
super
about
super low.
DJ. I forgot to. I could
The
text him.
Yeah,
conductor.
I'll get another
Yeah, the
headset. One
conductor.
second.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's very
man.
low. But
But
yeah,
that's what.
man. So ultimately, man, but I understand like 817 said earlier,
My
because of
bad. Let me go on mute.
your experiences, the reason why you say what you say about the American thing and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Um, and it's totally understandable, but you can't get lost in that shit. Like
I just feel like it's more about culture than race, man. I think a lot of
yeah,
the problems we have is just culture. It's not even race because even when I grew up, like you would get clowned for being smart. You would get clowned for doing your homework. You get clowned for getting high test scores and being respectful and polite and saying please and thank you. You would get look at you, you a square, blah, blah, blah. Like that's all I
yeah,
dealt
yeah,
with my
yeah,
whole
yeah,
life.
yeah, no doubt. But see, you got to understand where that shit come from. You got to understand they don't want you to be there. That's what they want. They don't want. They these imageries and these images and these stereotypes. These things they push that. They push those agendas. They push those shits. That's why those movies, all these things are tools by which that they use, man.
Yeah.
All these things, they are tools by which they use to manipulate the mind of the people. You
But
understand?
that's how they
They
get
know
you
the
when it's
facts,
your
like
own
they know the
peers, man.
facts, like they know what time they know who's who on the planet Earth. You
Yeah.
understand? But it took a lot for them to overtake. It took a lot for them to overtake that our group when we was at the top. So their biggest fear is that shit switching back.
Hello?
But one
Can
thing
you
that's a
guys hear
fact is
me?
there's only one constant in the universe, and it's change, man. Nothing don't stay the same.
Yeah, everything evolves over time.
Yeah, so things shift, man. You have cycles. A cycle exists. So the simple fact of the matter is, man, we need to be able to, yeah, for the whole of humanity, yeah, it should be able to evolve and all this and that. But
Can you guys hear me?
Barely, man.
barely, you sound very
Is
low.
it? Yeah, I don't know how to fix this. I
You
got a
you
lot.
on an independent mic or something?
Yeah, it's just a headset I just plugged in. Maybe if I try
Oh,
and
that's our
connect.
buddy from Australia.
He sound like
What's up,
Ozzy.
Kangaroo? Is that Kangaroo?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah, he's very
What's up,
low.
bro?
yeah. I'm good, guys. How are you? Maybe I'll jump back in on the
Hey,
phone.
what kind of device are you
Is it
talking through?
unbearably low or
What
I've
kind of
got my
device you were
laptop?
using?
I got my laptop on and I just plugged a
Oh,
Oh,
that
headset
that's
in.
might
what
be
it
why.
is. That's
Yeah,
what
that's
it
what it
is.
is.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
Uh,
that's probably what
your
it is.
microphone will do better through the. Now, if
Phone.
you got some, if you have a phone, your phone, but you have to get back on those. If you got like some
okay.
headsets that has a mic, built-in mic, you might want to plug that into your laptop.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that could work.
I'll just get on my phone. Right. No,
Hmm.
thanks for that. I'll do that.
Yeah, but yeah. So when it comes down to that, and you talking about, and we got started on all this based on the suit that Crawford has put out against him, right? Put out
Yeah.
against Aaron, and we just saying this is how this should affect and permeates every facet of life, man. Like you can't even have a fucking good boxing match without this shit affecting it, man. A
Y'all just
boxing match.
getting tired of hearing about this shit every fucking day, man. Because to me
But
personally, race don't mean fucking shit to me. I don't give a
yeah,
fuck what anyone's skin color look like, man. You a
yeah,
good person or you're not. That's it.
yeah. But see, unfortunately, everybody don't feel that way, and you know, and it happened to be the group that's considered for now that group that's in that position. So true, yeah. Like I said, nobody wants their race and racism, but the reality is there are people that's benefiting from this shit, man.
But
You
that's
gotta
the
have
funny
things
part is,
that
like I
happen.
said, we're all mixed, man. We're all mixed. I'm mixed.
Yeah,
You're
but
mixed.
but
Santos mixed. We're
but
all
see,
mixed.
it's when you saying that we all mix stuff, like it's not even that shit ain't 100% true.
I mean,
Most of
you'll
us
be
ain't,
very hard pressed to find
ain't
a pure
very close.
bloodline from the
Like you
original
find
origin.
But
people,
mix,
like
but
you go to
mix. Let me tell
places
you
like.
this:
Let me just say this real quick, Santos, and I'll give you the floor.
different
Like
countries.
you,
Go,
yeah.
yeah, go
Let
ahead.
me just say this. Let me just say this. Yeah. So you depend on where you go. Like if you go to a place, let's go to a place like Africa. If you go there and you go to like a group like the Sans people, them motherfuckers ain't mixed like that. They got like the
Who
oldest
you talking
DNA
about?
strand, the Sans people. They got the oldest, they DNA is some of the oldest on the fucker. Like that shit is not mixed like that.
Yeah, if you have a lot of
But
inbreeding and incest, then yeah,
but
you can
but
get around that.
But yeah, but see, okay. Let me. All right, now you say now let's go to that point for instance. Now you said incest and inbreeding. How do you look at that? How did now? I don't know what your spiritual or religious background is, or do you subscribe to it at all? But if our species started out as, let's say, if they're using biblical story or anywhere
Evidence.
near that, they had to have been doing that shit, or the species wouldn't have moved
Yeah,
forward.
exactly.
So
Yeah,
in
if it
order
started with two, then yeah, for
So
sure.
I'm saying, so either way, no matter how you look at it, the species, in order for it to get to the point where there are billions of us that exist, that had to happen. So when people try to use that incest shit, I'm like, literally, scientifically, that would be the only way for our species to have procreated more, or unless you're going to say some outside entity came from somewhere else and interjected something.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the beautiful part is we really don't know. We don't know if it started off with
So,
two or when. I mean, we don't know if there was just pockets of people around the earth because when I start looking like skin color, it's like if
but
you look
even
at the
that,
world map, huh?
But even that, if you were to say that it was pockets that started
Yeah, just different pockets,
two or
different
three
pockets.
there, right?
Yeah,
Different parts of the world. Still, they
incest.
would have had to have been inbreeding for the populace of humanity to get to where they're at now.
Yep. And after a
There's
couple
no way.
generations, it's gonna be third and fourth cousins still fucking each other. So
There's no way around it. The species, we all still consider the same species. Because I don't give a fuck how much you love your dog. You can't have a kid with your dog.
yeah, for sure.
But you can have a kid with that white girl or that Asian girl or that
See
Hindu
now,
girl.
and when you
You
look
can
at
have it. But you're the
when
same
you look at
species.
the world map, if you look at the world map and you start really like paying attention, so it's like most of the darker skinned people come for about 20 north and 20 south of the equator. If you
That's
just
right.
look all around, anything less than that, when you start going too low or too high, they start getting whiter. You know what I mean? And that's just, evolution of having to deal with your environment.
Yeah,
Because
that's
like
one.
Europe and all
Absolutely.
that, super white. Middle of Africa, obviously dark and dark. Brazil, dark. The islands, dark. Indonesia, dark. It's you go around the world in that little belt right around the equator. Everyone's dark, no matter what continent you came from. Now, you talk about features and shit. That's probably a little different. But just as far as skin tone goes, it's like the
that's
white.
different. That's a different discussion. But
yeah.
Because the reason why I added, that's why I added what I just added, because you got to ask that question. Like when you said that, when you made that response, well, if you're talking about inbreeding, I'm like, shit, every human being is is connected to inbreeding.
For sure.
So
that's
what I'm saying. But this is why I said, you see how you went and said that shit? Well, if you're talking about inbreeding, I'm not trying to like punish you or come down on you hard, but this is what I mean by our thought process. Because you're supposed to know that as a human being that he wouldn't be here otherwise.
For sure.
Because monkeys, no matter how much they may say an ape is a primate, you ain't having no baby with no ape, no chimpanzee.
Yeah, not at all.
You can't, right? Our chromosomal thing is off. It's close, but not exactly the same. So this is my point. So this is why I don't make statements like that shit. Because you look at that information, who's the ones who got us thinking about, oh, that's inbreeding. Those thoughts was put in our mind by way of them. So I don't say shit like that. That's what I mean. That's what I mean when I say that we think with their mind, because I know that literally, if I'm using a religious thing, and you telling me that some God created a man, and out of that man, I'm not saying everybody subscribe to that.
Yeah. No,
but if you're telling me that this God made this man, and out of that man he made this woman, and then, which literally mean that he took the rib from the man, which is a piece of him. So he was having sex with himself.
Yeah, but that's why I felt back, because I grew up Catholic. I did, a baptism, my catechism. I was in the middle of catechism, and I was probably like a teenager, maybe just turned, and that's when my brain started going. I said, "Yo, there's a lot of shit here that don't make no fucking sense, or it seems really wrong." You know what I mean? And one of those things was incest and inbreeding, because I was like, well, if there's Adam and Eve, and then they had kids, and Eve was the only woman on earth that could give birth, did she have to fuck her kid, or? You know what I mean? Like, at I don't know. Like, shit just didn't make sense to me. And that's why I started thinking, like, I don't know how this world started.
But that's good, though. That's, a human mind, a divine mind, is going to think as it's supposed to. It's supposed to think. It ain't supposed to just sit there and just let shit be. It's supposed to think, figure it out. Why is this that?
That's why I fell back from that shit. Because I was like, nah, this shit don't make no sense, man.
That's what they don't want you to do, is think, but you should. So, we got a divine mind, but that's a whole nother topic. But that could take us a whole nother different route. But the point being, but that's what I mean when I talk about the thought process. Like, and that's why I don't say things like that. Like, because I'm getting to I got to the point in what I practice and what I'm studying, which is about self and kind. That the mindset that I had been raised in this society, and when we use the word, the constructs that was created, all these different things that they use to make us think a certain way, to feel a certain way, to believe a certain way, if you're a believer. And these different things, you have to try to make yourself be able to think outside of that. It's a serious task. Like, is it an act of God, or is it for you to be able to think outside of that, or is it some other anomaly that makes that happen? And what is that? What makes this shit happen? Like, so at the time in which we living right now, like at my age, like you see this stuff going on. I was talking to my son about this a couple of days ago, like with this COVID shit. I'm in my mid 50s. I'll be 60 sooner than I'll never be 20 again. But this shit is ill. This shit is ill, man. Today, like before I got to work, I had to console my lady. Her sister's in the emergency, was in the ER because of this COVID-19 shit. And that's her twin sister. So she's going through it. So I had to, comfort her. I've been comforting her, going through this shit. I'm trying to keep her up and keep her spirit up and keep her good. And that's not just her sister, that's her twin, they're identical twins. You understand? She going through it right now because of that shit. She took off from work and everything today, but she never does. So it's a lot to contend with, man. And this thing we talking about with this racist shit, like with we saying Bob Bram or any of them, and you can pick any number of these whites that you could put that title on, but it is what it is, man. But ultimately, you better find a way to get this shit right. Ultimately, you got to find a way.
Yeah, I still have faith in humanity, man. I still have faith in humanity. I think as generations go on, that especially this generation, they seem very, open to trying their best to correct that shit. And I know my daughter herself, like my daughter's one of the sweetest little girls I've ever met in my life. So I know that if that's my legacy, that's my future, then I got a shot for everything from here on out, from my bloodline to be on the up and up. But
yeah, you right. Hey, that's a good thing. All you could do is your best. Any of us, all we could do is our best. Do your part, but understand there's going to be opposition.
For sure.
And you can't be no punk. Can't be no punk, but you got to be smart too. So, it is what it is. We here. We got to do what we got to do. We got a job to do. And it's about, if you think I would use a biblical term. You're only gonna get persecuted for righteousness' sake, so they say, right? You're trying to do the right thing, you're gonna get persecuted for it. You stand up, If you're trying to do the wrong shit, you really don't get persecuted for it as much. But definitely if you're trying to do the right shit. Because the status quo, the way this system is set up so that corruption prevails for the most part. There's so many more things I could say. So many more things I could say, man. But hopefully, let's get back to the thing with that led us onto this. I hope that Crawford can get something that's beneficial to him from out of all of this shit. I don't think it's gonna be based on that racist part of it, but there are other aspects on the business side that he may be able to have go his way. And and maybe at least change the narrative of how some of these things are being looked at. But I did my thing, man. My man Centos here. It's time for the Centos Chronicles. So at that point, I'm gonna fall back and I yield the panel to my good brother.
I hadn't had a chance to speak on. What's up? What's up? What's up, Mix?
What's up, man?
And what's up to everyone in the chat? Yeah, I hadn't had the opportunity myself to speak on this Crawford issue. I haven't really investigated much because I was busy yesterday at home. Didn't get a chance to have it, too much personal time to mess around on YouTube. But anyway, I saw the threads popping up, the alerts on my phone that he was suing Bob Arum, which to say that I'm not surprised or to say that I am surprised, I couldn't say with a clear conscience. I felt like there were some possibilities there ever since Bob Arum made some statements and about Terrence not being, a good fighter to promote and not selling fights, the negative stuff he was saying about Terrence. And to me, some of the stuff he's saying Terrence needed to do, to me, was Bob's job to do as his promoter. And at the same time, you know, listen to Bob's interview and the different adjectives and words that he used to describe Terrence and how he's lost money on him, and he's not a good investment and things of that nature. To me, that was that was malpractice on if there was such a thing for promoters on his behalf. So when I heard about the lawsuits, I was assuming that it was based on that. Pretty much, he has evidence of what Bob has said. All he has to do is go to YouTube, pull up some of these old videos. However, I didn't see the racism thing. You know, and I didn't think for back then that if he were to sue Bob, he wouldn't call for racism or something like anything like that. But not reading anything and not doing my own research and listening to what others are saying, I'm thinking he's saying racism to the fact of he, you know, he has a history of not doing a strong enough job promoting black fighters, and like him and his team, they don't really understand the demographics. Well, I ain't gonna say they don't understand, but they should by now. I'm gonna say that they don't really cue into the heart of the demographics that would sell black fighters a little bit better. I mean, you can advertise it to the masses, but you need to cue into their their core fans as well, which is the same thing that Floyd was trying to tell Bob and his team years ago. And it seems that Bob them are still doing business as usual. And Bob admittedly said on record in an interview that he feel like they could do a better job promoting and like marketing to black communities better. He said he feel like they can do a better job. They probably need somebody for that. He said it on in another interview with Fred before he was saying all the other stuff about Crawford. So I don't know the ins and outs of his lawsuit and what it pertains, the wording of everything and the things he's accusing Bob of fully. But at the same time, if it's along those lines, I'm not an attorney, but I feel like he has a case because, who counter promotes their product? I don't know anyone in business that normally would counter promote their product. So that's where I feel like there may be if there's such thing as malpractice as a promoter, then I think he has a deal there. Now I heard Glazer earlier on Fred's show was saying that he has nothing in that lawsuit unless Bob didn't pay him for one of his fights. He said then he'd have to pay for that, and I don't know, but whatever the fact may be, it's hard for me to believe that Terrence would get with an attorney, be quiet all this time, and then bring a lawsuit against Bob Arum. His timing, is good. I mean, Terrence, you got to give him credit. He's a G, man. He kept his mouth shut. He didn't bash Bob. He continued to fight and fulfill his end of the contract. That's what he did. And so if he feels he needs to sue Bob, then even win, lose, or draw, we all felt like he needed to sue Bob back when Bob was saying those things. So my hat's off to him for his stand up.
Breaking up,
I have a
Cinco.
similar situation. I am okay.
A little bit. Yeah, it's breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be jacked up a little more. Let me know you can hear me, bro.
Yeah, it's a little bit. You're going in and out a little bit.
In and out. Okay.
Try it now. Try it now.
Just a little bit. Just how about now? All right.
Yeah, I hear you.
See, I'm gonna. I applaud Terrence for handling things the way he handled it. I've had to do the same thing before, and I had to sue a company that I was working for. And throughout the process, I kept my head level, never got upset, stayed professional, and I continue to fulfill my agreement that I had with the company. And at the end, I filed my lawsuit and I won. And so I could relate to what Terrence is, what he went through and what he's going through right now. You know, and I applaud him because see, it takes. Let me tell you something. When you were a kid, you probably heard some adults tell you it takes a bigger person to not fight, not get upset right then and there and fight at that moment when somebody's trying to bait you into a fight or whatever. It takes more of a person to walk away. That's some real stuff for you. You know, the average one of us, we probably ain't trying to hear that, you know, but at the same time, it does take more to walk away than it does to stand there and fight. Um, and I'm gonna tell you, if he win, lose, or draw, my hats off to him. I'm hoping that he has a legitimate lawsuit, and he's gonna make. I don't dislike. Let me first of all, I don't. It's in spite of what we've heard about Bob Arum and his dealings with fighters. I don't dislike Bob Arum. I appreciate Bob Arum being a man enough to come on these platforms and talk to us fans. I applaud him for that because all of the business of boxing is not doing that. And I can see why this guy, Rick Glazer, who was in the barbershop earlier tonight, him and Bob, I'm sure they get along great because they have similar personalities to me, you know. And they've been dealing with folks from diverse backgrounds for so long they feel comfortable around whomever. That's where I see those two guys. But at the same, and I don't think Bob is racist as far as like purposely racist. I mean, he might have some prejudice ways, like some of all of us may have some, where we have a different, where we see things different, race to race or whatever. But at the same time, um, um, all I want from Bob is to put together some great fights and be fair with the fighters. It's been, you know, how he's been handling business with the fighters, but apparently, a lot of fighters don't agree with the way he handles business with the fighters because they keep signing up with him. So I can't. I'm gonna get off uh, the business that Bob does with his fighters because one thing I do know, I don't care what color you are, I don't care what country you come from, I don't care what state you live in here in the United States. If you have a business, no matter how bad people may talk about it or how good they may talk about it, but if you have a business and you people continuously patronize your business, or if you're able to continuously produce product from your business and people consume it, you're successful, and you're continuing to be a successful business. So I'm gonna get off all that old Bob doing bad business. Apparently, he couldn't be doing all the bad business we think he's doing because people keep going to him, sitting down at the table, striking deals with to do business with him. But at the same time, I think Bob is signing more fighters than he's losing fighters as far as like, you know, missing them in the beginning. You know, let's say if him and his team sat down with 10 fighters that potentially want to put a deal together. They want the fighter on their roster, or the fighter wants to be on their roster. However you look at it. I think Bob is signing at least 6 or 7 fighters out of the 10. That's success. So we can't knock that, you know. But at the same time, this business with him and Terrence Crawford, Hey, I don't know the ins and outs of it, but if it's has anything to do with what some of the stuff Bob was saying in those interviews, I think there's a merit there. Now, whether or not you still might have to prove, or if you feel like you've been sabotaged as far as your career and everything, you might have to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt. But I think I can. I think to me, I think a courtroom could see why Terrence will probably want to bring this lawsuit to the courthouse. You know, to 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 uh, to trial it because of what was been said and what has happened. Over the past with his fights. However, it is the business of boxing. I mean, that's going to be Terrence's business against Bob Arum in his business, and all we do is sit back and see what happens. But I don't think Terrence is doing himself a disservice. Of course, now the business of boxing, the industry of boxing, on the promotional end may try to put a black eye on him, say he's suing promoters and all that. But this is not the first time a promoter's been sued. Now, promotional companies have been sued multiple times over the years. So his skills, his ability should be what's weighed against him. And if that's what's weighed against him, he should have no problem getting fights. Now, the stuff that Tim Smith said the other day on that podcast was very, very damaging to PBC, Earl Spence's team, Errol Heyman. Well, that's PBC, and as well as Terrence Crawford, because the stuff he was saying made no sense to me. That they didn't have enough money to pay these for the fight. I'm gonna wait to see what happens, and if they don't put that fight together, so far, anybody who's an Earl Spence fan, I'm more of a Bud fan because I was a fan of his first before I even knew anything about Earl. However, let's stop saying that Bud's not trying to fight Earl. Let's stop saying that, and I think we need to stop saying that Earl's not trying to fight Bud either. I've always said it's the business of boxing, and I think we have more evidence reinforcing what I've been saying. It's the business of boxing that has everything to do with big fights, everything to do with all fights, but has a lot to do with big fights that we want to see that we don't get to see.
Yeah,
this
I agree.
man is you and I, and when I say you and I, I'm talking to myself, my brother Prejudice, and all the fans that hear my voice or will hear my voice, and everyone in the chat. We all know that this is a huge fight. I don't care what that fool says. That fight will make will pay some big bucks if you put it in the right hands. They just don't want to be the ones put the money out because maybe there are some money issues business wise. We don't know, but I'll tell you this. I think this is where Earl and Terrence, if Earl gets past Ugas, first of all, let me say that. If he gets past Ugas, because that's not a cakewalk, he's got a fight on his hand. And Bud and Earl still wants to fight, I feel like that's when they need to do a Teofimo Cambosis type thing. Try to see if the sanctioning bodies can mandate a purse bid on this fight, and try to make that fight happen. Because one promotional company saying that they can't help them because of the money. That's bull crap. We know it, and they just trying to devalue something. And they want to, want us to feed into what they're telling us. And we have common sense. This fight has been talked about for 3 years or so. around the world, not just here on YouTube in our own little pockets, but YouTubers from around the world are talking about that fight. So if YouTubers around the world talking about that fight, that means they're talking about those fights in multiple countries. So let's cut the bull crap. That's a bunch of capping that Tim Smith was doing. And the only reason they're doing that is because Terrence Crawford is no longer with Bob Arum. He's no longer tied in with any particular company.
Yeah.
And that's why he's doing that bull crap.
Exactly.
I would ask all of my fellow boxing fans, do not get into this percentages conversation about who should get what. Ceasefire on all this heavy lifting conversation, and let's stay out of the money talk about the fight. We all know we're not fools. We all know that's a big fight. So let's not feed into this stuff, because like I keep telling everyone, they're listening to every word we sing out here on this YouTube, and they're playing us like a fiddle. So let's stop doing that stuff, and let's try to make this fight happen, because I think if those two fighters push for that fight, it'll happen one way or another. Because if they push for it, and they promotional companies and business handlers of the fight are not trying to put the fight together, they can find some investors to make that fight happen. So let's stop doing that, because we're doing ourselves a disservice, and we're definitely doing those fights a disservice, as we see now that you have a high-ranking person from one of those organizations speaking on the fact of there's no money. Bull crap.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
That's
if you got
fact.
40 million, you got 40 million to give Canelo, and 10 million to give Plant, and Plant's my dude. You got some money, or you can find it. You're able to find money elsewhere for other fights. Put that fight together. Let's not help these guys undersell this fight to us. I don't care who you love. I don't care if it's Earl Spence or if it's Terrence Crawford, whoever you support, I don't give a crap. Stop helping them undersell this fight. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Because, like I've been telling y'all, as long as we do all this talking out here about these percentages and heavy lifting and the difference of one fighter versus the other as far as what they get paid, they're gonna play us like that, and they're gonna hold off on that fight. Hold off on now. They talking about the fight ain't gonna happen. So listen to what I'm telling you. That's what I've been trying to tell y'all for the longest. We don't need to be in the business of boxing. We need to be in the fact of boxing that we love the sport, and we want to see it happen. So let's not cut ourselves out. We don't. A lot of times we as fans don't realize the damage that we're doing to ourselves. We keep harping on the fact we want to see these big fights, but we're not doing anything to help ourselves see these big fights because of the fact of how we're rolling. Getting on YouTube and other platforms, talking like we know everything business-wise about the sport of boxing. We don't. If we knew everything about the business of boxing, I wouldn't be out here driving this truck. I'd be in the business of boxing. You dig? And half of you, whatever you do for a living, you wouldn't be doing for a living. You'd be in the business of boxing. So cut it out. Help yourself. Help me. Help my man Puges. Help all the fans of boxing. And let's get off this money talk about these fights. Because all we're doing is hurting ourselves. That's what I've been trying to preach on for months now. And this man come out and basically, solidified what I was thinking already and what I've been preaching on. So, I'm just saying, it ain't a soapbox. I'm just trying to kick some facts. And I hope you guys can understand what I'm saying if you think about everything. Okay, Wayne. See, Wayne, you still on that percentage thing, man. That ain't helping us, bro. You my dude, man. But that 50-50, that percent, I agree with that. I agree with the 50-50, but it ain't helping us talking about percentages, man. Let's not talk about their purses. Let's not touch that. All they doing, they're hurting us, bro. I'm telling you, think about this. Logic. I see what you're saying about the 44 and the 20. I hear you guys. You guys got legitimate percentages that you're speaking on, but let's get off of that, man. We don't need to talk about that because they are hanging on our every words. And as you see, they're trying to undersell this fight, and they don't want to pay. They talking about the fight may not happen because of the money situation. They don't want to pay anybody and all that old kind of stuff. They're not just talking about. They're not. Let me tell you something. This guy is not just saying Terrence Crawford doesn't sell fights. He's basically alluding to the same thing about Spence. Because if Spence was the biggest selling guy that, the hardcore Spence fans believe he is, you shouldn't hear that coming out of one of the executive person's mouth. So let's just let's cut all the talk about the money, man. This is why I didn't want I don't like all that money talk because I know what it does. Let me tell y'all what we got when it comes to boxing. When you're dealing with the business of boxing, the business execs of boxing, they're running a business, and their product are fighters in the ring. Entertaining people like us, and their job as executives is to listen or to study what the feedbacks are of their customers. We are the customers. And if they're listening like any other successful business would do, and if they're paying attention like any other business would do to their customers, they're knowing we out here bickering and going back and forth. We're talking about money amounts and this, that, and the third. What guy gets this? What guy gets it? And guess what they're saying? We're gonna keep this boat rocking. You know what I'm saying? Because look here, they all over the board. They feel like one man should get this, next man get that. We're gonna use that part of negotiations. And sure, if he don't do it, this fight ain't gonna happen. Because if he won't 10, 20, hey, who gonna pay him? And then our guy, he ain't really sold a fight in a while. Right? We can't give him that kind of money either. They cheating both of these guys. They're cheating those two guys, and they're cheating us. Let's not help. Let's stop helping. We're making a job too easy, bros. I'm telling you. So let's think twice about what we speak on, what we chat about, and all that stuff when it comes down to the business of boxing. The business of boxing is not for you. And when I say you, I mean us fans. It's not for me. It's not for my man Puget. It's not for people in the chat, and not for anyone that's going to hear this video. The business of boxing is not for you. The business of boxing is for their bottom line. Period. Point blank. And that's any profitable business. Any business that's a profit business. That's what it's about. The bottom line. It ain't about consoling a person when they're hurting. It ain't about feeling sorry for one of their customers because they didn't get the product that they wanted. Shoot, their job is to put out the product and put it out with as least amount of investment as possible and get the biggest amount of return as possible. So don't get it twisted, man. At the end of the day, it's business, and that's why I think with a businessman first when it come down to this boxing thing on that end of it. Now, when it come down to the sport of it and the fighters, that's a whole different side of the situation for me. So I just have a different perspective on that because I understand. Let me tell you something. I was in the car business for 20-some years. And them folks didn't care nothing about us when we selling cars. All they cared about was the bottom line, period. I got schooled real well about business from the car business. Way better than I thought it was, So I'm telling you, man, these corporations, these multi-million dollar per year businesses and all that, they ain't care nothing about who you are, what you bring to the table, unless you're in one of their investors. They care less about you. All they care about is that bottom line at the end of the day, because that bottom line gets all the investors and the owners of the companies paid, period, point blank. And then the high up executives who are employees, it keeps them a job. So at the end of the day, it's all about how they can take care of themselves. It ain't how they can take care of you. So let's think about some things before we. When you were a kid, some adults. Hopefully, it was your parents first, and maybe some other adults who was close to you in life. They probably told you, think before you speak. Don't be quick to hear and slow to speak or whatever. Those cliches are real. So let's think about all that stuff. But anyway, I need to get
You
off
broke up.
that.
You broke up for the middle. You broke up for the middle of what you were saying. So re-say it.
Okay, what's the last thing you heard me say?
You said the thing about those little cliches that they said. That's when you came back on the end part. Whatever you were saying in the.
Yeah, I was just saying those cliches were real. What you say before you say it, all that stuff is real. When adults were telling us that when we were kids, because we have to do that when it comes down to this boxing situation. That's what we should be doing. And we just can't keep helping them hurt us. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
And so that's why I get upset every time. I'm such a fan of the sport of boxing. I get upset when I get to hear men and women out here on this YouTube going back and forth like they know every piece of they know every letter that's been stroked on paper and what it says verbatim about the business of boxing, and we don't. So that's why I get upset about it, because we're helping them hurt us. And when y'all talking like that, I get upset and I get mad, because I'm like, man, you're going to make me miss this fight. Talking that nonsense, because at the end of the day, it ain't about you. It ain't about me. It's about their bottom line. That's the only thing that matters. Nothing matters. And when it's a business, that's all that matters, man. It's the financial statements, annually, semi-annually, or if it's yearly. I don't, it's all about the bottom line. The profit and loss is that's it, man. Nothing else matters. So I'm telling you, don't think your voice is helping you. Your voice is hurting you. The only thing your voice is doing outside of hurting you is solidifying to the executives of boxing that they still have a customer base out here. That's it. So just think twice. But anyway, let's keep moving on a little bit.
Yeah, you're right about that shit, but it's crazy though that he said all that nonsense.
You kind of went in a hole, bro. You sound like you're in a hole.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? How about now?
Yeah, kind of a little bit better, but that's better.
Yeah.
Try to roll it there. Yeah. There you go.
It's crazy he said that.
Oh, you went back in the hole. There you go.
Yeah, I'm on the speakerphone. I'll do that because I didn't put my earbuds in. But yeah, man, the simple fact of the matter is they full of shit. Bottom line is they can get investors to make them fights if they want to.
Absolutely.
There's more than enough people who got a lot of money who would invest into that shit. You understand? So, it's nonsense. It's just like, boxing has always been like that. The first Ali and Frazier fight, it was investors. It was investors that came that put the fight together.
It made it is absolutely.
Jack Payne Cook, investors. They was outside investors. They wasn't even in boxing, but they invested into that shit to make that shit happen. So he full of shit. Tim Smith, since he done got into boxing, he just, I don't know, man. He's just a straight pawn, man, in the game now. I remember him from the newspaper out here, but he's a straight pawn, man. They want that shit to happen just like you see when they made it. They wanted to. When Eddie Hearn wanted to make that rematch with AJ and Ruiz, he got them. He got those Arabs to invest that money to have that fight where they had that shit at.
Absolutely, in Saudi Arabia.
So there's no excuse.
Was it Dubai or Saudi Arabia? That was Dubai, wasn't
it? It was an Arab country. I was definitely Arab country.
Yeah, one of them was over there somewhere.
Yeah, it was Arab country. Either Dubai or of Saudi Arabia. But my point being, for him to get up there and say there is no money for that shit, he's full of shit. If they want it to happen, they can make it happen. It's about whether they want it to happen or not. That's really what that's the bottom line.
That's it.
That's
That
the
is it.
bottom
And
line.
that's why I was glad to hear Rick Glazer said what he said, man, about how stupid it was for him to say what he was saying and saying, if that's his, person to speak out about what's going on with the company, he need to give him a different person to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah, it was some stupid
Exactly.
stuff, man. You know.
Yeah, it really was.
And
It really was. Dumb shit. Because you know anything, if you know anything,
very dumb.
and the thing that bothers me when I hear stuff like that, it's just like the ultimate slap in the face. You think you got people who don't know shit about the history of boxing? You know, there are people out here who are fans of this shit who actually know the history of boxing. You know, and they don't have to go. You don't even have to go further back. The recent history of boxing, AJ Ruiz, outside investors investing into making that fight happen. So that's just so the stupidity is like it's ridiculous at times, man. That they do this shit and say the things that they say. You know, like it's really a smack into the intelligence of the majority of the people when it comes that love the sport. Like, come on already, man. You know.
Let me say something real quick to a
yeah, go
person
ahead.
in the chat, man. Excuse me, but
Yeah,
7
go ahead.
cents. You saying what I was saying was not true. Okay, that's your opinion, and I respect it. But at the same time, you saying the Wilder AJ fight, the 50 million didn't happen. We all know what was going on with that. That's when the fans got too involved with the money side of it, in my opinion. However, the fans didn't stop that fight. The person that stopped that fight was Eddie Hearn and his company, his team. They talked AJ. AJ was ready to make that fight when Wilder first contacted him about the 50 million being there for him, and Eddie Hearn talked him out of taking that fight. Talking about the money may not be he wasn't able to prove the money was there. Well, the next English promoter over there said he saw proof that the money everything was in place. So he don't agree with Eddie, and we all know Al Heyman from the past. Well, at that time, Al Heyman's money was straight, but at the same time, Al has never really had a problem finding money or any other big promoter that's successful in the business. See, we got to understand. Like Fusion was saying, he was talking about Tim Smith saying that stupid stuff. Talking about he can't find the money. And, Fusion was talking about how Eddie Hearn and a few other promoters of fights in the past were getting site fees and getting money from investors to make different fights, big fights. That's what they do. They've been doing that for years. And then you got to understand this also. When you're watching a fight and you see advertisement around the mixed in with the banners and stuff from the promotional companies and the networks, and you see advertisements from various companies, and then you see advertisement on the canvas of the boxing arena itself. You know that those are investors. Those people, those companies that are sponsoring those fights, they're not just saying I'm gonna be a sponsor. They're putting money up. They're advertising their business. So, you know, that's part of how it works. But to respond to 7 cents, Eddie Hearns, in my opinion, from what I remember, is the reason that fight didn't happen. Because he didn't feel, he didn't want to give up promotional control of the fight. If he had accepted that $50 million or let AJ go ahead and fight for that $50 million, AJ wouldn't have been the A side. AJ and his team wasn't putting the money up for that fight, so how you going to have control of what goes on? He wasn't going to be the promoter of that fight, and that's why he didn't let that fight happen. Matter of fact, I don't speak on this much, but at that time, Wilder didn't have nearly as many followers on Instagram as he does now. And as soon as he hit AJ up about that 50 million, I hit Wilder up, and I said, champ, if you and your team putting this 50 million up, that should make you the A side. That fight should be over here in the States, right? He said, most definitely, my brother. He said, that's exactly what's up. You know, remember they wanted that fight over in the UK, and Eddie wanted full control of that fight. That's what happened in that fight. That's what I remember. And I can go back and pull
that's
the
a fact
information
right there,
that me and
Cinto.
Wilder
That's
exchanged
a fact.
information. Yeah.
Yo, that's a fact right there, kid. Yep. Because he would have lost control. He didn't want to give up control of his situation. That's why he didn't let that shit happen. You hit it dead on. That's why I said what I said a little while ago. If they want it to happen, they'll make it happen. You know?
And then the other thing is that was going to more likely be a
Hey, damn, you're breaking up.
rematch. I want the rematch clause. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I heard that part.
Remember it. Yeah, Eddie didn't want the rematch clause, but Wilder and his team was pushing for a rematch clause. Remember that?
Yeah, yeah.
So he was going. That was going to be more than one fight, and 9 times out of 10, Eddie wasn't going to be promoting those fights. Remember recently, there was a guy that got $40 million, and his opponent got $10 million, and his advisor is Eddie Hearn, and Eddie was not a part of the deal. Remember that?
Yep.
I'm sure.
Yep. Damn, Cinto, you breaking up again.
Was not part of the promotional deal at all.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah. But yeah, that's a fact. That's the reason why. You sound good now. Yeah, but that's the deal.
Yeah.
He didn't want that shit to happen because he wasn't going to be involved. He got a vested interest. He had a vested interest in AJ's career.
Right.
So he wasn't going to put himself in a position where he's not going to benefit off of this shit.
Right.
He's just not going to do that. That's his cash. That was his cash cow.
Cash cow. And at that time, AJ was not in control of his career. Eddie Hearn's them were. He was taking all his cues from Eddie Hearn them. He wasn't running jack. Now he has a voice about what his moves, that he makes. After he fought, I forget which fight it was, but after later on he had a couple fights after that. That's when he started, I don't think he really voiced he was fighting then after that for a while either. But here of late, I'll say, I'm gonna think ever since Andy Ruiz, I think he's been able to have a voice about who he's fighting and things about if you want to fight somebody or whatever. But before all that, he ain't have no. I don't care how much money he was earning. He didn't have no control over who, what was going on, and as far as who he was fighting next, because he wasn't making no boss decisions. And at that time, Wilder, who didn't have the level of fights that he had and the money and all that kind of stuff, was making some boss calls in his fights. Now that's why I disagree with Rick Glazer. He was talking about they were telling Wilder who he could fight, and there was a cherry pick going wrong. I disagree with that totally, because Wilder's the one that resurrected Tyson Fury, encouraged him to get back into shape so he could fight, and talked about him and them fighting anyway, since they were supposed to fight years ago. So that wasn't no cherry pick went wrong. They knew how good Fury was. It just, when you got that eraser like Wilder, we didn't see, and we never seen before that, before Wilder and Fury, we never saw Fury being a knockout artist of any type. So yeah, we figured that Wilder wouldn't have a tremendous. We figured he'd probably get beat in boxing, in the technique of boxing, but we figured he'd knock him out. Well, he did knock him out the first fight, but of course, he's given a lot of time to recuperate. But at the same time, Wilder has had a bigger voice in his career for a much longer time than AJ has, in my opinion. From what I'm going by the moves I've seen him make, and the things that are, on the timeline that I've witnessed verbally, like on video, audio, video, in situations.
Yeah, and also Fury has something that Wilder needed and could have used in making that fight. Having beaten him, had he beaten him, part of the reason why they strategically took that fight as well would have been the simple fact that Tyson Fury was the man who beat the man. He had that lineal championship. That's also something that would have added to Deontay's negotiation and trying to get that fight with AJ at the time, because that's the fight they were still trying to get. You understand? So that would have also bolstered. That would have also bolstered his position as well.
Yeah.
You understand? That's another main reason why they took that shit.
They decided to forget about AJ for the moment and just carve their own path. Is what they decided to do. And another thing, I think another reason I disagree with what Rick Glaze was saying about a cherry pick gone wrong. If it was a cherry pick, Wilder insists that they do 50-50 on that fight.
Exactly.
He never disrespected Tyson ever. Did 50-50. Now I think Wilder got a little bit higher front end money in that first fight, and probably the second fight too. I don't know, but I think that as far as the back end is what was a 50-50 situation. So it ain't that you don't give your cherry pick 50%.
Yeah, and but DJ hit it. But DJ hit it on the head. DJ hit it on the head, like he said before, when Tyson Fury got in the ring some years before that and was popping all that shit. So they already, that had already been set in motion too. Before Tyson Fury, you know what I'm saying, when Tyson Fury was still active and shit and all that shit. So it was already set in motion. Now, whether, like I said, I think the major reason
that was Tyson Fury calling Wilder out.
Exactly. And the reason why that fight happened is primarily because Tyson had something that Deontay needed, which was the fact that he had that lineal championship. That was a major factor, yo, because it was going to bolster.
True, but you know what? He really didn't care about the lineal.
Bolster.
He cared more about the fact that he had beaten Klitschko and he was undefeated himself.
But that's what gave him the lineal. That's why that shit has relevance.
I know. I agree with you. I know that, but I'm saying I'm going by what Wilder said out of his own mouth.
But
he cared nothing about the lineal.
But see that shit don't go hand in hand.
That's how they promote the fight. But it
had to go.
Like they both were champions, though.
Because the reason why that shit mattered was because Klitschko. The only reason why Klitschko's name mattered was because he was a dominant champion.
Right, exactly.
Had he not been a dominant champion, like had Fury beat Bermern Sterling, that shit there was no lineal to that shit.
No.
Brother, people can try to downgrade the history of this shit if they want to, but you can't. That lineal shit means something, man.
It means something. Now
that shit means something. The man that beat the man,
a whole hell of a lot. But don't
that man that beat that man shit means something, man.
Yeah,
that shit means something because you can
don't forget this though. There was a break off. There was a break off before I think Klitschko got that linear champion.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
A lot of people it was debating.
That's
but
another misconception. That's another misconception.
Yeah, it's a very prestigious belt because
let me just say this real quick. Let me just say this real quick because I hear a lot of people bring that up about there's a break in it. It don't matter. That breaking shit don't matter because all you have to do to become a lineal heavyweight champion is to be the dominant champion. That's all it means. To be a lineal champion ain't got nothing to do with the shit being broke. It don't got. I heard other people try to bring that shit up. That's not what it's about. When you're the dominant champion, you create the lineal legacy with that shit. You created with you create that shit. So you don't necessarily have to go from it, but you can connect that shit. You can connect it to the original champion. But it goes by way of who is the dominant. So you can have a break in that shit. Klitschko became a dominant champion during that time. Now Klitschko didn't win he didn't win the championship from Lennox Lewis, who was considered the best. His brother fought Lennox and his brother lost.
Right.
You understand? Lennox was the dominant champion.
Right.
But his brother was the one who fought him. Not him, not Vlad. But and his brother lost. But during that time, it was a time period where he became the dominant champion.
Yeah.
And he was recognized as the top
Well, you
dog.
know what? What you said is 100%. I didn't think about this all these years when they all were talking about that break in it. But when Lennox Lewis retired, no one could come in and win the lineal championship
That's
from him.
right.
So it had to go somewhere. So you're
That's
right. That's
how it
being that
goes.
being that Vlad was a dominant heavyweight all those years,
Yes.
he deserved it.
After
You're right.
that,
I agree. 100%.
it became. That's how you win. That's how you get that title, because it became a point in his career where he was the dominant heavyweight. Where he got to
Absolutely.
where he got to the apex of his career, he looked pretty much unbeatable, and he was just winning and winning and winning. And that's when he created that lineal title then. So that shit carries a lot of weight in any weight class. Any fighter
That's
that
true.
does that shit, that becomes the dominant for a period of time, like during the era, towards the era that me and you grew up in mostly, Larry Holmes was the lineal champion, but Larry Holmes was
Right.
never had both of those belts at the same time.
Right.
He was primarily the WBC champion, and he had the IBF at the very end of his career, which was given to him. Why? Because he had the recognition as the heavyweight champion.
Right.
Because he was beating everybody. He created his own lineal shit. Because prior
Yeah,
to him, it was Muhammad Ali.
yeah, Larry Holmes was something else, man.
So prior to him, it was Muhammad Ali. So that's how that should go. It's not about whether the link is broke and shit. It's about when you become the dominant one, and you create the lineal from that point on. And it could be broken because if a guy retire undefeated, he never lost. It's like if you go back, you'll have let's go like Jack Dempsey. Let's start with Jack Dempsey. You start from Jack Dempsey. Jack Dempsey was a popular champion at that time. But then Jack Dempsey lost to Gene Tunney.
Right.
Gene
Right.
Tunney, another thing with the history of boxing, technically, now Gene Tunney was undefeated heavyweight champion. Now, what do I mean by that? Gene Tunney he lost one fight in his career.
Yeah, he beat Dempsey twice, didn't he?
Yeah, he beat Dempsey both times. So he became he was an undefeated heavyweight champion. Now, what do I mean by that? You said, wait, he had one loss. Yeah, that one loss came at light heavyweight, but as a heavyweight, he never lost. He never lost. He was 77-1. And then 77-1 as his big loss record. He had a draw too. Or was wait, hold on, let me see if it's 1 or 2. He had at least one draw, right? Now, but he was a dominant heavyweight champion during his reign because he never lost at heavyweight.
Yeah.
He retired as technically an undefeated heavyweight champion because his one loss came at light heavyweight to Mel Greb. And he fucked Mel Greb up in the rematch. And then he never lost as a heavyweight. He retired, never having lost a heavyweight fight. Then they had a tournament. They had fucking Max Mellon, Jack Sharkey, and all them motherfuckers fought in that shit. Jack Sharkey won the shit from disqualification. So do you have the title at that point? The lineal championship was still with Gene Tunney because he never lost in the ring. But then you had this little tournament shit they had. Jack Sharkey ended up winning that shit on the disqualification. Lost, I think, when that shit to Jack Dempsey. Did some dirty shit. And he lost, and he got the title like that. And then Jack Sharkey lost the belt to Primo Carnera. And then Primo Carnera had it until he lost that shit to Max Baer. Max Baer whipped his ass, knocked his ass down like 11 times.
Max Baer was something else, man.
Knocked him down like 11 times. And then Max Baer, who they thought was going to be dominant, he fucks around to get upset by the Cinderella Man. And then who came again? Who came along again? Then Joe Louis came.
Joe Louis.
Joe Louis came.
Yeah.
And then Joe Louis came.
He held it down for about 12 years.
He held that shit from 1937 to 1949, 12 years.
Mm-hmm.
Now he became during his reign, he became lineal.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was the best.
He was the man. You're right.
He
retired. And let me
retired.
tell you something, folks. You listening to the benevolence of the historian and the current great man of boxing, my brother Pugilist. Listen and learn.
I know
and
this
respect
shit.
it. And let them know you appreciate it.
Yeah, this how you go. This how you create lineal. So then Joe Louis became lineal at that point. You understand?
Yeah. Oh, for the record, real quick, and I'm gonna let you have it again. My bad. I wasn't trying to downplay the lineal. I was just saying what Wilder was saying, but he didn't care nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? But no, I know how important the lineal is.
Because it goes hand in hand.
Absolutely,
the lineal, the lineal is connected to the man. You can't separate.
I'm gonna tell you something. With if Wilder had got the outright win, and he was able to have that lineal coincide with that WBC, I don't care how many belts AJ would have had.
That shit wouldn't matter.
You could have put him above it.
No, you couldn't. That shit would have gave him. That shit was going to automatically give him more clout.
Super clout, yes, sir.
We're going to give him more clout. You understand what I'm saying? And it was going to give him more clout, and because you can't separate it from the man. The only reason you're going to look at that man as the lineal champion because that motherfucker was the best.
Right.
That's why you have to look at him as the lineal championship, the lineal champion, because he was the best at his time. Nobody beat him. Prime example. As much as we don't like that motherfucker, Tyson Fury. That nigga is the lineal fucking champion. Because he came back and beat the motherfucker we didn't think he could beat.
Right. And I gotta respect it.
So that lineal shit means something. That shit, as much as we might hate that motherfucker, don't like that motherfucker, that shit means something. And he proved he done proved that he really is that lineal motherfucker.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure
you know,
I gotta give it to him.
He done proved that shit.
I think I appreciate what him and Deontay Wilder gave us. Yeah, right.
Exactly.
But you gotta respect. If you're a true boxing fan, you gotta respect it because this last time had a lot more things in place to keep everything on an even board. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
the fact that he had the guts to fight. The fact that he had the guts to fight Deontay Wilder.
Yeah.
Because the fact that he had the guts to fight him. Come on, Deontay Wilder was knocking everybody the fuck out.
Because it looked like he was trying to. It looked like he was trying to. At first, it looked like he was trying to avoid him. It looked like he was trying to avoid him at first. On this last fight. But after the arbitration, I thought he was afraid to fight. But he got in there and did his thing, man. I mean, they both gave each other all they can handle, man. I still feel that if Wilder hadn't lost his, if he hadn't been knocked, his equilibrium had been knocked off his equilibrium, and he wasn't weary and all that, and he hadn't exhausted. I mean, he didn't get. I think he had anxiety issues when he fight Tyson, and it kills his energy level. Is what I feel. Because that second round, he was tired, bro. And then he got caught with that same shot in the third round. Then he got caught with the last round. So, for him to be able to last 11 rounds and almost get Fury out of it, it's saying a lot. And for Fury to get up off the cameras after he had already knocked Deontay Wilder down, get up off the camera, knock him down again, and put him on out, it's saying a lot too. So those two gladiators, man, I got to give it to him, man. And Emmanuel Stewart knew what he was talking about many years ago about those two. Now AJ, still suspect in a lot of our minds. We'll see how he turns out against Usyk, but I don't think he can beat Usyk personally. But at the same time, because Usyk ain't gonna come in there out of shape like Andy Ruiz did. If Andy was in shape, he would have beat. I think it would have been a different fight, the rematch as well. But they did. They called him like Sugar Ray called Roberto Duran. But I'm gonna tell you something. I still feel that Wilder and AJ fight, belts or no belts, is still a huge fight for the world to see.
Well,
You
it's a
know, it
huge
was it
fight
was built
only
that
if
great, but
it's
it's
a
not
huge
any
fight.
meaning.
Nah, it's a
Go ahead.
huge fight only if he can pull off beating Usyk. He don't beat Usyk, that shit ain't a huge fight no more. He got to
I
beat
think
Usyk.
well, it's a sellable fight. It's a sellable fight. It ain't gonna be. It
I
won't
think that's
be
a
at
better
the
term.
apex that it.
That's a better.
I don't think.
That's a
I
better
don't think it'll
terminology.
ever
Sellable.
be. I don't think
Yeah,
it'll ever
sellable.
be at the apex that it was
Mhm.
when they both were undefeated and both were
Yeah.
champions.
Yeah.
And even if they both became champions again at the same time, I still don't think it'll be at the same apex as
Cause
it
think
would have
about
been
it.
years ago. Because
Cause
they both are beatable now. You know, everybody
yeah,
knows this.
exactly. Because if he lose now, if he wins, if AJ could manage to win that fight, then it still could be a definitely sellable
Yeah,
and
it'd be like
and it have some buzz to it. But
right.
if he lose this shit, it ain't gonna be no big fight. It could be a sellable fight. People to watch
Yeah,
it because of what they names used to be. Because even with
right,
at least with Deontay Wilder in his last loss to Fury, he tried like harder than he did
right.
in the previous loss. Like, he
Yeah, yeah,
managed to
yeah.
put him down twice. And he was trying and
And you know
shit.
what else? He's still he's still a pay-per-view fighter.
Yeah, because he's exciting.
Because
He's
he's
exciting.
excited. You know, you can more like gonna get a knockout with him, no matter if it's
Yeah,
him or the other person going out.
exactly.
But at the same time, you know you're gonna get his heart. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
he's
So,
exciting.
any fighters, the only now if somebody try to promote a fight with him and Fury again, and Fury say he didn't want to fight him, you know what? I'm not gonna say Fury is afraid to fight him. I'm not gonna get on that bandwagon
Nah,
because
hell no.
simple fact, if I was Fury, I wouldn't fight him again either.
Yeah,
God
at
honest
some
truth,
point,
because
at some
you got
point you gotta
sometimes you got
realize
once yeah when you shooting
that shit
craps
enough is enough. Shit.
yeah when you shooting craps and you don't give a guy an opportunity to win his money back and you still win.
Exactly.
You ain't got to give him no 2 or 3 more tries, and
Nope.
that ain't no knock to Wilder. I love Wilder, that's my guy, man. But at the same time, you got to look at Fury's situation. Hey, they fought 3 times. Fury, no matter what we think about the most recent, the second fight, but Fury won uh, in a non-questionable fashion this last fight. So they I don't know what they doing over here. So that's something I wouldn't worry about fighting again. You
Yeah,
know,
hell no.
because he's
Shit.
already gave me
You wouldn't
opportunity to fight. You know,
that's like keep sticking in your fucking head in a lion mouth and
right,
thinking he ain't
right.
gonna eventually bite your head off. Shit. You survived that
Hmm.
shit 3 times. You got by without really getting knocked the fuck out.
Right.
At least officially. Because you might
Now
have
I would
technically
give.
got knocked out. You probably really got
Yeah,
because you really got
I
knocked
think he
out in the
lost the
first fight. You
first
really
one. He
got
lost
knocked
the
out in
first
the
one.
first fight. You really got
In my
knocked
book,
out.
he lost.
Yeah.
Wilder won the first one,
Mm-hmm.
and Fury won. Got the nod on the
2 and
second
3.
one. Even though
And
I didn't,
third.
I didn't. I agree that it should have been stopped because Wilder was not looking good at all. But
Mm-hmm.
under circumstances, some stuff happened that we don't like. But
Mm-hmm.
at the end of the day, I'm satisfied with that trilogy after that third fight. I'm satisfied with it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I think it's
Yeah,
all
man.
good.
So yeah, man. That's why I didn't agree with what Glazer said about him cherry picking. I was like, nah,
Yeah, it wasn't no cherry
no,
pick.
cause whether you like the Fury or not, Fury had the
Fury's no
resume.
cherry pick for anybody. He's no
He
cherry
had the
pick for
resume.
anyone.
He had the
Hmm.
resume because he was a lineal champion, and that shit means something. I don't care what all these new boxing fans who don't know what the fuck they talking about, trying to make it like it don't. And the link broke, and this and that. That's because they don't know the history of this shit. That shit
Hmm.
matters. It
Absolutely.
matters when you beat the best, the guy who was the dominant fighter for that era, and he did
Hmm.
that. That shit was one of the most ugly fights I ever saw at that time, but he did win that shit. And
Right.
whether he ducked him and didn't fight him again and did whatever the hell else he did, the reality is He held that. He was undefeated. He held that. And had Deontay been able to beat him, it was worth him fighting him because it was going to give him something to negotiate with in the fight that he was actually trying to make, which was the AJ fight. Because you can't say that Deontay was trying to make that shit for the longest, man.
Mm-hmm.
It was the other side who really didn't jump on it the way that I felt that they should have. Because initially, when they first were talking about it, I was picking AJ to beat Deontay. I was picking AJ first, but it took too long. It took too long, and then I started seeing improvement. I started seeing what I felt was improvements in Deontay. I was like, he can't beat him now. He waited too fucking long. He should have took him before he got better. Because I saw improvements in Deontay. Because I thought initially I was picking AJ, but after they waited so long and I started seeing some improvements in Deontay, what I saw, the improvements that I did see, I was like, nah, I can't see him winning this shit. Because there's no way I could. I saw him.
He had learned how to line them cats up, man, and put it send that beam down through their skull, man. So
exactly.
Just,
and I was like, I just couldn't see him avoiding him for 12 rounds without getting hit with that shit.
Yeah, I don't care what anybody else said, but this is my opinion, and I know that across the pond they may disagree, not all of them, but some of them. But I don't care what they think or what they say. The most exciting heavyweight fighter that we've had in the past 6 or 7 years has been Deontay Wilder. Period. Point blank. Hands down.
Hell no. Not no 6 or 7. That nigga the most exciting heavyweight we done had in the past 10 years. No fucking 6 or 7.
Well, I was being, I was just being a little nice about it. You know what I'm saying?
Shit, that's the buck. That motherfucker.
He resurrected that heavyweight division. Everybody.
He knocked out everybody he fought, man. Up until
everybody he fought, he's knocked them down. I'm gonna say he knocked him out because he knocked Fury out that first fight.
Yeah, come on, man. He almost had 100% fucking knockout percentage.
Yeah,
shit, and he did for the longest of time.
Mm-hmm. And he held that championship longer than longer than Fury ever held it, of course. Longer than AJ's ever held it.
Hell yeah. I make the argument that he was the most exciting.
He's just in terms
of just in terms of the fact that he went that far with all those damn knockouts.
Yeah,
now, whether you say that the opposition was weak or whatever, you can say what the fuck you want. The fact of the matter is he did that shit. George Foreman ain't do that shit. Even Mike Tyson ain't do that shit.
Yep, and then
he broke that record.
I don't see where he could be denied the Hall of Fame. I don't see it. Man, come out, get off of a Belbridge truck working, wanted to make some money for his daughter. Decide he's 21. Then he wanted to box.
Yeah,
and he did that thing when he got him a bronze medal. Then when he got him a championship, knocked out over 40 guys.
Man, that shit is impressive. Come on, man. Like, shit, the all-time knockout streak in boxing, he surpassed that shit. Even my man, which is my dude. Even my dude didn't do that, which is my dude, Mike. Mike, that's my fucking dude. And he didn't do that shit.
Yeah, Deontay Wilder got the longest knockout streak.
Yep. From the beginning of the career, the heavyweight. The heavyweight
Ali for defenses. And he was the longest reigning champion and a heavyweight champion in the most recent years.
Yeah, that shit means something, man. Knocking out all those motherfuckers shit. Joe Louis ain't do that shit. Mike Tyson ain't do that shit.
How long did Vlad have the belt? How long was he champion?
Cause you remember he lost it and regained it.
No, I'm talking about the last time, not the.
Yeah, because you remember he lost to Brewster.
Yeah,
and then he got it back.
Brewster,
Lamont Brewster got it.
Don't forget who got him first though. That was Corey over there in South African, the white guy from South Africa.
Corey Sanders.
Sanders, yeah, he got him first.
Yeah, Sanders. And then Brewster got him, yeah. And that's what I'm saying. After that, he became the dominant.
I felt like he had a suspect chin after that.
Yeah, when he started, but he always did though. The only reason he always did. But what happened was when he got with Emmanuel Stewart,
That changed.
it changed him. Because Emmanuel Stewart was an offensive minded trainer, so he put him in attack mode. Change the position of his
like Fear.
of how he held his hands. He changed the position of how he held his hands. Because he changed the position. He made him adjust his guard.
Yep.
And made him attack more. He's like, you don't wait on him. You be first. Because Emmanuel Stewart, best defense is a good offense.
And then he thought don't forget the number one key thing that he taught him. That he gave him. Emmanuel Stewart talked the punk out of Vlad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's what he did.
He'll push down that corner. He said, go out there, knock this man back. Let's get out of here, man.
Yeah, because he made him more aggressive. That's what his job. He felt like if you had those tools, fast hands, and could punch, that there is no reason for you not to be doing that shit. You should be hitting this motherfucker every opportunity you get.
Yeah. He made a killer out of most just about every heavyweight that came to him from other trainers. He made him more ferocious and more aggressive. Lennox Lewis, Vlad, and
anybody he worked with.
And matter of fact, he ended up with both of them Klitschko brothers afterwards, after Lennox retired.
Yeah, but that's his thing.
The nephew just changed how Tyson Fury fight. So
because he's a Emmanuel Stewart disciple.
Exactly. He don't know
what did he say what did Sugar Hill say when he said he watched the fight, when he watched the tape of Tyson Fury and Deontay? He said to him, "Why are you moving away from him?
Right.
You should be going at him, attacking him." That's Emmanuel Stewart, 100%.
I gotta give the man credit.
That's Emmanuel Stewart philosophy. He said, your best defense is a good offense. That's why Thomas Hearns was like that. That's like Milton McCrory was like that. All his good fighters, Helmer Kenty, all them guys had high offensive ability.
And guess what? Guess who ended up losing after they left Emmanuel Stewart? Michael Moore.
Yeah. He was a high offensive motherfucker. And he was a high offensive motherfucker.
Heavyweight. Yeah.
And
he ended up losing out there as a heavyweight.
Yeah. He moved up to heavyweight because he was the WBO light heavy. He moved up to heavyweight and won that shit too.
Right.
And when he was with Emmanuel Stewart, he was another one of a typical crunk fighter. Heavy offense.
Right.
Heavy offense. Little defense. Thomas Hearns is such an offensive machine. Shit, when he fought Sugar Ray Leonard, he didn't even know how to clinch in that first fight.
They took Hearns. They took Hearns and made him more aggressive. And Hearns found out what he could do with that right hand. Oh shoot! And he already could box. Oh man.
Yep.
Turn up.
Yes. So that's how Klitschko became better. Yeah. Straight up.
Good old days.
He was offensive minded trainer. Everybody he worked with, that was his thing. You be at attack mode behind a hard, quick jab and combinations. Let your hands fly. That's why he was over there cursing Lennox Lewis' ass out when he was fighting Mike Tyson. Like, what the fuck are you so scared for? Go out there and get him before he gets you.
Yeah, go out there and get this up out of here.
Yup. That was his thing. Because he believed his philosophy is a good offense is the best defense you can have as a fighter. So he be in attack mode.
Emmanuel Stewart learned from them. He learned from the old school trainers of yesterday.
Yeah.
That stuff still works to this day, but heavyweights at least.
Shit, even with Evander Holyfield. Even with Evander. when Evander B. Riddick vote, he was more aggressive in that rematch.
Right. Mm-hmm. And don't forget, remember McClendon?
Yeah.
Remember how tough he was? That boy,
Mm-hmm.
let me tell you something. Punk Jim was pushing out some of the hardest, most ferocious fighters in any the weight division, whatever they were fighting at. Man, them boys were gladiators, man. They made them all rough,
Yeah,
man.
hell yeah, all of them
Whatever
motherfuckers.
they
You
were
remember?
doing up there,
My man
they were
Jimmy
doing the right
Paul, the
thing,
ring.
man.
My man Jimmy Paul, the ring master, the IBF lightweight champion. On that motherfucker, Jimmy Paul, the ring master.
Same thing.
He was the
I
He
can't
was
remember
he was
right off.
he was the IBF. He was the IBF lightweight champion.
You said
Had
Jimmy
the
Paul?
devastating Jimmy Paul. Jimmy
Overcar?
Paul. No,
No, you
Jimmy
said.
Paul. Jimmy Paul. Paul.
Okay, I got to see.
Paul. Jimmy Paul. He was the ring master. He knocked out. He
Okay,
beat. He took the IBF.
I got to see
You
him.
remember
I remember that
You
nickname,
remember
the
him?
Ringmaster.
You remember he took the IBF lightweight title from Harry Arroyo. Remember Harry Arroyo?
I
Harry
remember
Arroyo
that
beat
name
my
too. I
home.
just
He
can't
beat
place
my
it.
stablemate. He beat my stablemate Terrence Ali on CBS. They fought for
Okay.
the IBF lightweight title, and he knocked and the ringmaster Jimmy Paul. He knocked out fucking Harry Arroyo. He had a nice right hand. You know them conk motherfuckers got that right hand, put you to sleep.
Right. Mm-hmm.
He was the IBF lightweight champion, Jimmy Paul. And shit, all them guys. You know, Helmer Kenty. You know, they was all Kronk. Frank Tate. Remember Frank Tate, the gold medalist?
Frank Tate.
Kronk.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Another rough individual.
Yep. Yeah, them
You
boys was
remember
highly
Overcar?
Hell yeah, Overcar, yeah, over the
He was good.
Motor City
He was
car.
like, wasn't he lightweight? What was his weight division?
Yeah, he was lightweight first, and then he moved up to 140, and then he moved up to welterweight.
Welterweight, yeah. Yeah, Overcar
But
he was a hell of a fighter, man. In the
over
early
the
part of his career.
over the Motor City car. He was with Kronk first,
Right. Mm-hmm.
but then him and Emmanuel Stewart father got into it. Him and Emmanuel Stewart and Overcar father got into a disagreement, and that's why he left Kronk.
I was wondering why he left.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
why
I
he
remember
left.
the story when it happened at that time now. Since you
Yeah,
mentioned
that's why because his father wanted to do some shit, and then they had a disagreement, so that's when he split. Over the Motor City car. That was my two. That was my man, and he couldn't fuck with Philly Trinidad. He dropped Trinidad with that pretty right hand, but Trinidad got up and put the beats on him, man. That shit hurt my heart, man. That shit hurt my heart when Trinidad got up and whipped his ass like that.
Logic. I don't know if Fury asked Wilder to come train with him or not. I don't recall that. I'm not saying he didn't say that to him, but I don't know. I don't remember. Get off my nuts. What you saying about Crawford? Straight doo doo.
What do you say?
What you saying about Crawford is straight doo. Talking about Wilder, Crawford is playing the victim and he's just a sad victim. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. You speaking from a biased heart and not a boxing fan mentality. That kid is let me tell you something.
Biggie Smalls is the illest.
Right.
About Willis.
Let me tell you something. That dude Terrence Crawford is one of the most vicious dogs that's fighting in the ring nowadays. He can turn that dog on or off when he needs to, and his demeanor outside the ring. See, one thing. Let me tell you something. This is what you have in a guy like Terrence Crawford. When you meet a guy that don't do a lot of talking, don't do a lot of whooping, and then when you talking nonsense to him and you expect him to be upset and he don't show you any anger and he just explain things to you for your safety in a calm, cool, and collected voice, that's the dude you watch out for. I'm telling you something from the streets, bro. And if you're from the streets, you should know that. You don't mess with those kind of guys. So I'm telling you, Terrence is moving like I like to see him move because I know what type of dude he is. I've been around them kind of dudes. And he ain't nobody's punk, period. He ain't playing nobody's victim. All it is, if you're talking about him and Earl, or if you're talking about him and his lawsuit, that's his business. He has a right to handle those situations the way he sees fit. Let them do what they do, man. Apparently, you weren't here earlier when I was talking about the business of boxing. And we don't need to get into that. We're fans of boxing, supposed to be. Let these guys do their thing, man. We just need to talk. If you like a fight over another fight, that's fine. That's your preference. But don't set up and call a guy who's a 3-division champion, a former undisputed champion of one of those divisions, a victim. You know what you're talking about is weak, man. And to me, that ain't no true boxing fan conversation that you having. Then my man Wayne, you talking about Wilder's resume? Come on, Wayne, man. Me and you, we brothers, man. But Wilder's resume, look, let me tell you, you can only fight who they put in front of you. For a while, Wilder didn't have a say who they put in front of him. Toward the end of his reign, he had to say who they put in front of him.
Ain't nothing else to be said. You can only fight the who's there. That's it. You can only fight who's there.
Yeah.
You can only fight who's there. You know. You can make that excuse for damn near every great heavyweight champion about their resume. Because if you were to look at Joe Louis' resume, you would say that the shit was kind of whack. You'll say that it was kind of whack. You breaking up bad, Santos. You breaking up bad again. You breaking up, Santos. Santos, you breaking up.
Who had all that mic.
Hello? Santos. Yeah, you was breaking up bad. I couldn't hear understand nothing you were saying.
How's my mic?
Now you sound good again. Try it now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, go ahead.
You name a fighter.
Yeah, you going out again.
Yesterday, me and my man Peter, we were both in our mid weight. Shoot.
Now it's coming through. Keep going.
All right. Now, if you can tell us about a fighter, I don't care what weight division. If you tell us about a fighter from way back in the day up until current time that had at least 30 plus fights that didn't fight. I mean, if you tell me any fighter who had 30 plus fights in the history of boxing, current or past, who didn't fight some questionable opponents along the way, I got $100 for you. And I'm a man of my word. Every fighter, let me tell you something, fighters have to be built. Every fighter, if you got the right management and the right promotional team around you, your first 10 fights shouldn't be that complicated for you. They should be pretty much fights that you should, that you're expected to win. So every fighter, any fighter that has 30 or more fights, they didn't fight all the big name fighters out there. They probably had a couple of big names on their resume, but they didn't have all big names on their resume.
Yeah, that's a fact, man. Most of the if you were to look at if you looked at the resume, let's say of most of the guys, a lot of the men we regard as high in the heavyweight championship list.
Get off my nuts. I'm gonna pull up Klitschko's record, and if you find a fighter, if every fighter that he fought in his resume, win, lose, or draw, if every one of them were champions or high, no, I ain't gonna say champion. If they all had household names all the way up from the beginning to the end, I mean from the beginning up to number 30. You point that person name out to me. You point that out to me. I'm gonna give you $100. Cause you're talking nonsense right now. Every fighter fights somebody that's less than them on the way up. Every one of them.
Oh yeah,
let me
that's
tell
a
you
fact.
something. Lomachenko coming in here getting championship fights right off the cuff.
Yeah.
But since then, he's had some fights that we knew the fighters were less than him. But guess what? He hadn't hit 30 yet either. Now,
but that's that same argument. That's the same argument. We done had this argument. We had this shit like 2 weeks ago about when you was talking to Mex about that shit. When you was talking about resume and all that. You know, everybody ain't no great fighter.
No.
Everybody ain't no great fighter. Like I said, there's a number of champions you can you could make the argument that their resume, if you look at some of the fighters they fought in their resume, they wasn't that good. You understand? You can make the argument that Joe Louis fought better opposition when he was a contender than he did when he was a champion. On his way up. Because he beat more former champions on his way up.
D. Will said, get off my nuts as a troll. Okay, that's cool. But he still, even a troll can earn $100 tonight. Hey, troll, if you want to earn $100, I'm gonna make it easy for you. It don't matter what weight division. It don't matter what weight division. The threshold minimum count is 30 fights. Now you go find you a fighter that never fought a bum. I ain't gonna say bum. I don't like calling fighters bum. You go find you a fighter that has a minimum of 30 fights, and all of them were high-profile fighters. And holler at your boy. I got $100 for you. Now, if you can't do that, get off my nuts. Guess what? I want you to get off my nuts. Okay?
Yeah, that ain't gonna happen. The reality is, all the great. If we stay specifically in the heavyweight division, many of the guys that we consider to be great champions, if you look at their resumes, particularly during that championship reign, you may say that they didn't fight the best opposition. Like I said, if you look at Joe Louis got the most title defenses in the sport to this day. But if you were to look at his resume, you could easily say that his shit was weak. Because as a contender, he fought named guys. He beat Jack Sharkey, former heavyweight champion. Max Baer, former heavyweight champion. He fought his first time and lost to him, Max Schmeling, former heavyweight champion. You understand what I'm saying? He fought Primo Carneros, former heavyweight champion, and knocked him out. So
let me before you finish that, let me holler at your boy. Yeah, C. Jones is telling you right, get off my nuts. Chris Bird, he was a heavyweight champion, but he was a true 160 pounder. Check the stats, my man.
He turned pro at 168.
I thought he right, 168. You're right, 168. Roy Jones the only one that come in from 160.
Yeah, he was 168.
Chris Bird, 168. Super middleweight. Check the facts.
He turned pro 168.
Now, that shows you how good of a boxer he was. That's what it shows you. That shows you how good of a boxer he was. Now, I'm learning more and more about you. Get off my nuts. You don't know boxing, man. You know current boxing. You ain't knowing nothing about the past. Go back and check your facts in the past, bro. And get off everybody else's nuts. All right, go ahead, man. Pigeons.
Yeah, nah, but I was just saying, that's some funny shit. But but I was saying like look, he beat if you look at his resume like as champion, you would be like his shit is whack. But he beat he beat former champions on his way to the title.
Right, right.
And but if you look at his resume, like when he was actually the champion, a lot of people be trying to say like he fought a bunch of white guys because he only defended his title twice against black guys. His first title defense and his last. First one was against a black guy. His last was against a black guy. He made 25 title defenses. 23 of them was white. They'd be like, his shit was weak. I've had debates with this.
Yeah, I ain't even thinking about that point. Back during those times, in his defense, partly about him mostly fighting white cats. During that time, a lot of brothers weren't allowed to get up in there and fight for them championships. It was controlled by the mafia a lot as far as boxing, and we had a few champions or high profile fighters. All right.
Hold on, I got disconnected from my damn phone. Let me reset this shit. I'm about to go out to start my car.
Hey, get off my nuts. I'm not in my feelings, bro. I'm just trying to solidify the fact to the chat that you're not a real true fan of boxing. You're a surface fan. That's what I'm gonna call you, a surface fan. Do your research, man, and understand where some of these guys that you've named, the Klitschko's and all that, go back and look at all their history of who they fought and all that. You keep hollering Klitschko. Klitschko, all the people that he fought were not high profile fighters.
Yep.
See the fact that I'm confident enough to know without going back researching every fight and every weight division to see what their resumes were about who they fought and who they didn't fight. I'm confident enough. I feel I know enough about boxing from the past and the current. I'm confident enough to know that no one can win this $100 tonight. No one yet has, put any information in here to solidify they earn $100 from me. And you definitely ain't earned no $100. You keep hollering Klitschko. Man, let me tell you something. Klitschko was all right, but the toughest one of those Klitschko brothers was what's his name? Just the biggest one. The biggest one. He was the one Lennon Stewart's fought. That was the toughest of the two of them. The smaller one, he was good. But before he reigned for a few years, he got knocked out. He got slept twice. So you ain't telling me nothing. And I watched both fights. I watched a lot of his fights. So you ain't telling me nothing about these Klitschko's that I don't already know. Just trying to let you know. Can you win $100? That's what you need to answer for me. Can you win $100? So you're talking about everybody's resume. Can you win $100 under the circumstances that I've given out? 30 fight threshold, and they all got to be high profile names. No matter if they weren't at that time or not, they had to become household names if they on their resume. All of them, up to 30. That's your minimum. Now, if you can't win at 100, like I said before, yeah, Vitalik. If you can't win the $100, get off my nuts, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because you definitely ain't winning it right now. I know you're enjoying yourself though, but guess what? So am I. Go ahead, Pete. I gotta get this load up.
Yeah, hold on. I gotta call my lady. Hold on. I gotta call my lady. Hold on.
Okay. That's your opinion that Wilder was a bum. But guess what? I'm gonna see what you say when he gets that ring and goes to the Hall of Fame. That's how confident I am about what he did do. Yeah, he do. He do have the right name, don't he, my man? Let's see what the privates. Oh, that was 7 cents, man. He was trying to get on the 2 o'clock hour. Sorry about that, bro. All I want you guys to understand, man, we gotta. I just feel like, as a boxing fan, we need to stick together more because I think we're hurting ourselves again, as I said earlier. As far as us not getting these, big fights that we want to see. If we're gonna every time we say something about who should get paid what, they're listening to us. Every time we say who we feel is a better fighter, they're listening to us. They listen to everything we're saying because they are a business and they want to know what their potential customers are saying about the product that they sell. This is a business, and it's a business first. It's not about you and I as far as what we want as a consumer. It's about what they can sell to us and invest the least amount in and get the most return on their investment. That's all that matters to them at the end of the day. It's all about the financial statement, the profit and loss, and that's it. It ain't about what we think. So when we talk about these fighters' purses, we're doing ourselves a disservice. Trust me. Trust me. You got this fool out here from PPC talking about his own guy don't sell enough for a pay-per-view fight with Crawford. The last time I heard somebody speak like that about a fighter was when Bob Arum was speaking like that about Crawford. These executives and these promoters, the suits of boxing out here undervaluing their own fighters. What kind of sport have we changed boxing into? If you're a promoter or somebody from the promotional side that you're fighting for, not only are they devaluing your opponent, but they're devaluing you. What kind of bullcrap is that? And on top of that, Spence has a fight coming up with Ugas. But basically, what this is, it has a lot to do with the fact that he's trying to devalue the fighters. So for that fight, they don't want to pay out the money for some reason, or it's all about them trying to devalue Terence Crawford more than anything. But at the same time, they want to justify why they're having these in-house fighters. I mean, these fights with their fighters that they have on their roster. A bit of twisted. Still business at the end of the day. Business 101. Promote your company, forget theirs. I ain't mad about that. But if you got $40 million to give Canelo, another $10 million to give Plant, Plant was your fighter, Canelo wasn't. Then if you got 40 for the fighter that wasn't yours, you ought to have another $50 million for that fight with them guys. I could be wrong, but in my opinion, that fight Terence Crawford and Errol Spence will do. I think it'll do $1 million. I mean, $1 million sales. I could be wrong, but I just think it has that much interest around the world and it's been built up for these past 3 years just that greatly. So it is what it is. But at the end of the day, we're gonna see what happens. We're gonna see if if they want that fight to happen or not. Well, first, let me. I keep getting ahead of myself, and I don't like when I do that because it's disrespectful. But first, we got to see if Earl gets past Ugas. And I know everybody feels Earl should be the favorite, but at the same time, Ugas is no easy out. I ain't never known him to have a weak chin, none of that stuff, and I ain't never known him to be a quitter. So Earl's got to fight, and he's heavy-handed, even though he's not a knockout artist. He's a heavy-handed fighter. He's strong, physically. So we'll see. And that's a fight that was supposed to be made years ago. Those two guys. So let's not put the cart before the horse. But I feel that Earl should be victorious in that fight. Personally, I feel that way. If Earl is everything everybody's saying he is, in lieu of his injuries, I feel that Earl should win that fight. So let's keep it 1,000 out. But anyway, I just don't want us to have lingo amongst ourselves that's gonna hurt us, because that's what we've been doing. Unbeknownst to us, that's what we've been doing. We have to blame ourselves as boxing fans of the YouTube community. We've hurt ourselves on getting these fights because we talked all this stuff and getting into investing ourselves in the business part of boxing when we shouldn't, about who's getting paid what, and they're listening to everything we say, and they're taking it to their prospective meetings, discussing what they have learned about the fans and what they can sell. Now, you got to know they listen to us. If you don't think they're listening to us, how you think they're selling us? Any respectful business is going to sell their clients. They're going to sell their clients. Their customers based on what they know their customers like. It's just the way it works. So you understand, don't hurt. I'm gonna put it like this then. I ain't gonna keep telling y'all same thing over and over again about say what you want to. I'm just, please don't keep me from getting the fights, because I feel that's what y'all doing, when you're speaking on different things. You're hurting me from getting the fight that I want to see. And if y'all don't want to see the fight, that's fine with me. But I want to see these fights. So please don't keep me from seeing the fight. And I'm not gonna help talk about these guys' purses and who's doing heavy lifting, who's not, and who's to get this. It ain't none of my business. Shoot, I ain't never. That I don't see how they can help you enjoy a fight. Personally. Shoot, crazy. It don't make. I don't know. I guess my mind just think a little bit different, and folks don't see what I see. But anyway, just my understanding is a little different. Yeah, no, we all should. It's fine to like who you like as a boxing fan. Every fighter out there needs a fan. Just they need some kind of support. That's what that's part of what motivates them to keep fighting. And it's okay, you like a fighter over another fighter. There's nothing wrong with that. That's part of sports. You know what I'm saying? But we don't need to talk ourselves out of the fight. I can't say that enough. We're talking ourselves out of these fights, man. And unbeknownst to us, we don't realize it. Whatever I'm telling you are. That's what we're doing. You're not even realizing.
Yeah, that shit's crazy.
Yeah, and I understand how people felt about that Ortiz and Martin fight being a pay-per-view, and then the other fight, Thurman and Barrios. I understand all that. I get it. But at the same time, who knows, truthfully, outside of that circle of executives with PBC, what the business situation is. We don't know what their bank account is like. We don't know what their resources are like. We don't know what their financial statements say. We don't know none of that. We truly don't know. It, I know we as fans probably feel like the pay-per-view thing might be a greed thing, and it may be to a certain extent, but at the same time, with these two fights, the last one that just ended and the one that's coming up, they probably couldn't get too many investors for these fights to throw money at them. So they probably figured that they need to do the fights this way in order to help pay the fighters. I could be totally wrong. That's just my opinion.
Yeah,
But
actually,
I
you're
don't.
right. Right, Santos.
Yeah.
That's you ain't wrong. You're right, man. You gotta remember, shit, I'm still in this shit.
Right.
I'm in the sport.
Right.
That's right. That's what they do. Like, that's the way the sport is set up now. Just the way the sport is set up now. This is the era. This era. This is one of the ways that it's done. We don't have the option of free TV like we once had,
and all that. Yeah.
and networks and all that shit behind and shit like that. Even the sport, which was up until very recently, which was the most dominant network in the sport of boxing, HBO is no longer in the sport of boxing at the moment. You know,
And
so
see,
this
you
is how
guys
they
gotta
do.
understand.
This is what they do now. This is what they do.
If you guys are familiar with smaller promotional companies in the sport of boxing in your localities where you live that put on fights, you could go watch those fights live. But guess what? They also have a way for you to watch it at home streaming. They just don't call it pay-per-view. They don't call it pay-per-view, but that's what you're doing. You're paying to view it, and that's what it is. So that's why you never heard me talk down about that Ortiz and Martin fight being on pay-per-view. You don't hear me talking down about Thurman and Barrios because of the fact that I have a little knowledge of basic business and understanding the fact that sometimes you got to do things a little differently to get these folks paid. I ain't tripping off. I ain't saying I'm out here buying all the fights up. I'm not saying that either. And I'm not telling anyone not to buy the fights. I would never do that because I love the sport too much. But what I am saying is somebody got to pay these guys to fight. And if they see that this is the best way to get these guys paid, then so be it. I go back to categorizing those business decisions to the fact that it's the business of boxing at the end of the day.
And that's the business of boxing now. This is the way that they do it now.
And the business of boxing is never going. I don't care if they fight for $10, not fighting for free. At the end of the day, they have, somebody has something they want, and they feel like it's a good idea for them to fight another person to entertain other people, so they can get the gift, the money, trinket, or whatever it is at the end of that fight. It's the satisfaction, whatever that satisfaction may be. So I'm not mad at it. I am a business owner. I'm a real small business owner. But guess what? I don't do what I do for free. So we can't expect for them to always give us these fights for free. So we just gotta keep it 100. Keep it 1,000. Wow, 100, 1,000, whatever you want to make. Uh, if the shoe's on the other foot, some of you guys were in these positions where it's your company that's promoting these fights, or your company that has these investors for boxing or whatever it may be, I know you'll have a different perspective and outlook on the business of boxing, but you know you learn that you can't do certain things without certain um, certain um, assistance from a financial standpoint. So we got to learn, man. It ain't always what we see on the surface. Not always that. I mean, what you say, D. Will? Boxers don't call your stuff small. You support. Oh, you said okay. You said Cento's boxing. Don't call your stuff small. I got you. Yeah, you're right, Russ. Words have power. I agree, but I was just trying to, let some folks know where I was coming from. But yeah, I feel you, bro. I appreciate that. You know, get off my nuts. You on my nuts again? Get off my nuts. Telling me that I hate Lomachenko. Well, guess what? You're wrong. You're totally wrong. Like I said before, the people that come out here that have gotten to know me, they know who I am. They know what I stand for. They know I'm about that boxing. I'm a boxing fan first and foremost. I'm not a fan of my opinion. I'm a fan of boxing. I like my opinions, but I'm a fan of boxing first and foremost. And if you can, find a way to become a fan of boxing, then you'll understand my thinking and my logic and and the things I'm trying to tell you right now. But being that you are, a biased fan, you know, you can't see it any other way, and I understand that. I get you. I totally understand you. That's the main reason you made your name what it is. Get off my nuts, because you knew you were gonna get on some folks' nuts when you come out to YouTube. So you want to be the first to say get off my nuts before the other person tell you get off their nuts. But you're still on everybody else's nuts, except for the female fans. You're on their ovaries, and I don't mean you going inside to get on their ovaries. You dig? Another one. Yeah. Let me guess. Did you assume that I didn't like Loma because you think I have a issue with the color of a guy's skin as far as boxers? Because you're totally wrong. You know, I'm for. If I like a fighter, I'm gonna speak on it. Everybody that's been out here know that I was all about Caleb Plant against Canelo. Now my boxing knowledge told me that 9 times out of 10, Caleb wouldn't beat Canelo, but that 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 one that 1% there, I was taking my homeboy. Caleb is my homie. We don't know each other, but I'm saying we're from the same geographical location, geographical area. And I pulled for him against Canelo because of the fact I felt he had a good chance to win. And he did a good job initially against Canelo. Just, Canelo switched it up. The experience got to him. The experience is what won that fight for Canelo, because Caleb was giving him the business for the majority of that fight. Let me tell you. And Caleb is still my dude. Check it. Believe that. So don't ever try to put me in that box about the skin color of a fighter, because I'm not that dude, homie. And again, get off my nuts, man. You know what I'm saying? Tell him, D. Will. Tell him what to do, brother. Where does Bud's boxing career go from here? When it's up, then it's up. And he's already up. So, you know, I don't see it going down anywhere. Terrence Crawford is still he, you know, he's at the top of the pound list, and it's questionable whether he's number one, number two, number three. Okay, you don't get there and about because you're a bum or you're a victim, as somebody said earlier, or whatever. You don't get there that way. He's there for a reason. He earned it, and if any whatever asking where does Terrence go from here with his career? Hey man, shoot, we know what fight we want to see Terrence in. You ask 10 fans that's out here right now on this platform listening. If any of them say less than we want to see Terrence fight Earl, they say anything different from that, I'm questioning what kind of fan they are. So he's got fights. We would like to see him fight Thurman as well. So I mean, it's still Terrence Crawford still has a lot of upside. I hear these guys, these suits coming out here talking hella nonsense about Terrence Crawford, but for some reason everybody wants to devalue Terrence Crawford, probably because he left one promotional company and refused to sign with a few others. And then probably because he brought the lawsuit against Bob Arum, but that just happened today or yesterday, technically. But hey, I'm not upset with that. Like I said, I've been in a similar situation, and you hate it, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. I don't have a problem with what he do. If he's standing up for his, and if he remembers how disrespected, I don't know how disrespected he felt when he heard Bob Arum make the mentions of he can't sell a fight. He could have bought two houses in Beverly Hills as far as the money he's lost on Crawford, all that stuff. None of that was beneficial for Bob Arum or Terrence Crawford. It was more non-beneficial for Terrence Crawford for the simple fact, here it is, his own promoter talking that blab about him. Come on now. Where they do that at? That's just like let's say you got a girl that you kick it with real strong, and you see her and you see she's very talented, got a lot of talent in a lot of various areas, but for some reason everybody may not view her as such. Her milkshake may not be quite bringing the boys to the yard, but you can't see how they can't notice these great qualities about her. And truth be told, she's probably a hell of a good-looking girl. Probably, you know, she's probably very intelligent. You know, body on point, face on point, hair done. Clean, smelling good. But for some reason, there's something about her swagger that may not be bringing the boys to the yard. But that doesn't mean she's not an eye catcher or that she has a bad heart and you don't want to kick it with her or something like that. It doesn't mean all that. So, you know, Terrence Crawford may be, in a sense, that sweet, fine, good looking, late Imperial Guard that a lot of fans like to see, but don't want to pay to see. And, you know, then, you know, you may feel like you might overwork him as far as trying to go a different route or whatever. I don't know. But at the end of the day is whatever, whatever, whatever Terrence has done in pay-per-view fights has no bearing whatsoever in his fighting abilities. He's one of the best fighters I've seen in a long time to lace up a pair of gloves. I think the kid's great. And mark my words again. Told you about Deontay Wilder. I'm going to tell you about Terrence Crawford. Hall of Famer. Hall of Fame. Trust me. Trust me. Man. You got fuse? Got to put one in the oven right now. Oh, I know what I can eat.
Yeah, I'm still on, but I'm taking care of something.
Yeah, that's what I feel. Okay, all right. What up, Big Rob? Even though you want to get on, well, you might have a point. I mean, I ain't gonna say. I'm not gonna say PBC is mediocre. Big Rob, that's your opinion. I respect it. I can't agree with it, but I respect it. PBC is one of the. Let's see. I'm gonna call him one of the four horsemen in this sport of boxing. This sport that we call boxing. Got Golden Boy, PBC, Top Rank, Matchroom / The Zone. To me, those are the four horsemen as far as promotional companies in the sport of boxing. So I can't consider calling PBC mediocre when I don't agree with that. But that's your choice, you know. Let's see. I know enough to get an overlooked one, right? You know, right. He talk. That's D. Will talking to one of the guys in chat. But yeah, man, I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna make this delivery real quick. I'm getting a little sleepy for some reason. I guess because I didn't go to bed. I didn't fall asleep till after 8. I was in the bed already though. But put this delivery and then I'm gonna have to break open a pack of crackers. You see. Hey, what's up, Highwayman? What's up, my brother? The weather's fine, one man. I'm in Decatur, Georgia. Decatur, Alabama right now. The weather's fine. Mr. Pass, salute. You said Centos, salute, brother. Do you recommend people to get a trade or get into trucking? I can't knock either one of those choices. As far as getting a trade or getting into trucking. But I say this, whichever choice you make, if you're going to get a trade or if you decide to get into trucking, however you start off, if it's not the way you want to end up, parlay that experience that you gain from the beginning stages and create your own lane later and become your own boss. That's what I say. Hopefully I was helpful. But I believe in, you know, becoming your own boss and doing your thing, and you know, making your own path. Man, I'm way away from this door. Yep.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
back,
I'll be
Cinto.
back with you.
Back.
Okay.
I'm in my
Your
car
girl
now.
okay, man?
Yeah, she good now. I was actually closing up, finishing up here at the job and shit.
Oh,
So
okay.
I checked her out. She good. She gonna go into work today. You know, she's
Okay.
feeling her sister doing a little bit better. She's doing a bit better. You know,
That's good,
so
man. That's good.
her oxygen levels was higher because her oxygen levels was low. So
Oh man, I got something to tell you, man.
yeah, so she was scared to death. You know.
Yeah, that's a good reason. You remember I kept saying I didn't know where I got my I believe I had COVID the other week.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I didn't know where it came from.
Uh-huh.
Well, me and the missus went to breakfast this morning, right? After I got finished driving. And remember, I told you her test results were negative.
Okay.
And she took a test like a week before I started feeling sick, and she was showing sickness, which we thought was a cold or whatever, but she was showing sickness a week and a half before I even had any symptoms of any type, you know.
Okay.
Well, I was telling her, you know, at breakfast, I believe I had COVID because I lost my sense of smell, but I only lost it for a few days and come back. Even though, at first it was like, it was a cold or whatever, because I assumed I had got her cold.
Uh-huh.
She said, I believe I had it too, even though my test came back negative. I said, yeah, your test was negative. She said, yeah.
Yeah, that could happen. That just happened to somebody else. They shit came back negative, and but they got the symptoms. They was actually sick.
Yeah, that's what she had. Now my wife never slowed down running around because it's close to Christmas. She doing all kind of stuff, running everywhere. Like she ain't, like she ain't having no problems, even though she was coughing and everything. Man, she told me she knows she had it because she lost her taste and her smell. And she said, then she tells me this: my taste and smell hadn't fully came back yet.
Oh shit!
See, I'm good. I'm all healed up and everything. I'm straight. I lost my sense of smell just for a few days. But I was running around. She knew I was trying to figure out how I got it. I couldn't figure it out. And then she just not telling me, man. Shoot, that's how I got it. I know exactly how I got it now. And then she a couple of symptoms I had, she had too. She said she's just not telling me. She was like from the waist down. She was feeling tired sometimes. But see, that's the way I was feeling too. When I'm working, I was okay. But when I get out of this truck and stop working, I would feel exhausted from my hips down. I said, shoot, she don't trick me. I didn't understand why she was just now saying something. But I don't healed up since then. You know what I'm saying? Now, she had a negative test result, and I didn't have any test results. But common sense tell you what you're dealing with.
And she's vaccinated, and you said she took
vaccinated. She don't have both of them, and just yesterday she got the third one. On Monday,
the booster, yeah.
On Tuesday she got the booster.
Yeah.
No. I take that lie back. She got the booster Monday.
Okay. Yeah, that shit's crazy, man.
This girl, she sent me something that this so-called doctor was talking about with all that vaccination, that booster stuff, talking about how it kills white blood cells and stuff like that. pretty interesting to listen to.
Yeah. Look, you're taking a risk. You're taking a risk with doing it at this stage, simply because it's still going to be experimental at this stage.
Absolutely.
Any real vaccine takes anywhere minimum. You're looking at 3 to 5 or more years to develop.
Absolutely.
Working at its maximum, working at the maximum levels of the type of vaccines that me and you grew up taking. That actually really worked. It gave you a form of, and that gave you a form of immunity against whatever it was you were getting vaccinated from. So this one hasn't quite met that standard yet. Cause let me tell you, man, like I tell people all the time, like, I'm not anti-vax. I'm not per se. I'm not really.
Neither one of us are, because like you just said, we our generation, we got all kind of vaccines. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, been vaccinated. I'm not
opposed to
anti-vax
them
per
with
se.
the vaccines. We understood that what we got worked.
Yeah, and that's my problem with this shit, is that they threw it together so fast. Because even if this vaccination had an 85% success rate in working, I would feel much better.
Right. Me too.
I had to taking this shit.
And you know what? They don't even got this. They don't even got that shit. Nah.
With the immunity.
My original intentions is to promote and push for everybody else to get it. And if 3/4 of the nation had, if like 3/4 of the people that had taken those vaccinations had, if it was showing that they were basically not going to be harmed by this stuff after that, I was going to get on board. But when you tell me 3/4 of these people that have had these vaccinations are getting sick, and just as much sick as the people without it, shoot, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Be stupid enough to go in there and get in line and say, I'm next? I wish I would. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy, man. That don't even make good sense to me.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up, man.
At all.
Like some shit fucking straight out of a fucking movie, man.
Exactly.
Straight the fuck out of a movie, man. Unbelievable.
And then I'm supposed to be mad or sad because people want to look at me like I'm a germ because I didn't take the vaccine. You think I give a crap? I put my health against any of these folks that has the vaccination any day. And then look here, the person in my household who got the vaccination gave me COVID. Then on top of that,
giving you this shit,
they had the COVID worse than me. And guess what? She's still coughing every now and then to this day.
And you held up.
She's been dealing with it since early last month. Shoot, here I am running around out here, got my strength back and everything. You know what I'm saying? And when I look in the mirror, shoot, I'm looking like a fox again. You understand? But I'm looking like a fox that need a haircut. But I'm looking good though. When I had that COVID, bruh, man, I was looking at somebody in the mirror. I was like, you sick? You look sick. I had zero confidence then, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Shit.
Shoot.
Yeah, that shit is crazy, man. It's crazy how they just blatantly lie about this shit, man. Blatantly, man. Just fucking lie. Like, God damn.
Still lying about it. Look here. They don't tell you about the first 2 shots. Then they come back, all of a sudden you gotta have a booster.
Exactly.
Guess what? They're gonna come out with another shot.
You're gonna keep taking them shit. They gonna keep taking them shit until they come across some shit, until they get lucky enough to make a real vaccine that works, that has some immunity from them shit. But as long as they keep releasing these variants, that's not gonna happen.
Right.
Because each time a new variant come out, they have to make a booster. You understand? Until it levels off. when and if they decide to do this shit. This shit like a, you know what this shit remind me of? You remember that movie Outbreak?
Yeah.
With Dustin Hoffman and
Yeah.
shit. That's
Yeah.
the Outbreak.
Yeah.
And they was telling you all the different levels of the diseases they got on different levels and all kinds of shit like that.
Yeah, I need to go back and watch it for the details, but yeah, it's been a while. But yeah, I remember the movie. Yeah,
this
it was
is the
interesting,
version
man.
of that.
All those, you know what? All of those infectious disease movies is very interesting, man. It's crazy because they showing, if you go back and watch any of those movies or all of them or whatever, you'll see the stuff that we're going through right now, pretty much.
Yeah.
That's what's crazy about it.
That's why I said this shit remind me of Outbreak, man. All the different diseases they releasing these shit, and then
shout out to Champion Hart. He's in the chat.
Oh, he in the chat. What up, Champion Hart?
Mark West.
I'm on the road now,
Mark
man.
West. Yeah, Mark West said they need to pay people to take that vaccination. I ain't gonna lie to you, Mark. They can't pay me enough to take that joint, bro.
But it's crazy because like I be feeling so conflicted even using the word vaccination because it's not really.
Because it's not a vaccination.
It's not the vaccines that I knew growing up. Like the shit don't work. It don't give you no type of immunity. You remember we read the definition of a vaccine that I read it off of the Google. This shit don't meet the standard. So to call it a vaccine, it really don't meet that standard. Like cause I said it, like I told people the other day, I was like, if this shit worked if it was an 85% success rate of giving you immunity, I would have been willing to jump on that shit to take it.
Shoot,
they don't even do that.
Hey, I would have got mine a long time ago if that was the case. You know, but man, look here, the only thing I'm gonna tell you, the only thing I hate about about this vaccine issue is the fact that they trying to keep you from traveling and going certain places.
Yeah, all that bullshit.
And all that, So, that's the only thing. That's where it's gonna hurt me at because I ain't doing all that bull crap just to go places and stuff like that. I'm not gonna do harm to me just because some say that that's what we need to do. How I know what y'all putting in that bull crap? You know what I'm saying? As far as I'm concerned, what you doing with these medicines and stuff, it ain't helping me.
Yeah.
I mean, it ain't helping the ones I know that's doing it. I'll put it that way. My best friend, now look at here. My best friend, him and his wife both got them vaccines a long time ago. And a few months later, she had COVID. Had it for about 3 weeks. Now he got COVID. His case of COVID was more severe than mine. And and now the three of us, me, my wife, and my best friend, his wife, I'm the only one that hadn't got in line to say I'm next. And I had the least trouble with COVID. Let alone the fact that I got it. And see, I was trying to figure out how I got it. I was mad about it, because I'm like, where did I slip up?
Yeah, I remember.
Because I've been doing so well for 2 years without, and now she don't been a double agent in my bedroom, man.
Yeah.
Gave me COVID, man, and pissed me off, bro. I'm like, what the crap?
Oh, shit.
Now I don't have to think anymore. Because I knew I hadn't done anything where I should have got it no different than what I've been doing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. So, I like, man, mystery solved. But at the same time, I know she got it. She had to get it from work. Hanging out with the folks at work because see, she worked around. There's about 300 or so people per shift where she work at. But in her department, she's working around. She's working around less people in her department. But then I'm gonna tell you something else. My wife been doing. Some of her work people that she worked with, she been hanging out after work with them. And see, I work by myself, man. I ain't.
Yeah, like me. Now.
My situation's different.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, you got to worry about this when you work by yourself. But when you're working around people, and you're taking a chance
Right.
Chance, goddammit.
I ain't been to no events or nothing here of late. You know what I'm saying? And so, and even though I didn't get a chance, I went to get a test, and they wasn't doing the testing where I went anymore with the walk up, so you can get the rapid results and all that. And then they sent me to another place, and they wasn't doing the rapid. They lied to me, and they told me I had to make an appointment. I said, shoot, by the time my appointment come up, I'll be in the healing process. You know what I'm saying? So I know the losing the smell was it. I had it, but look at me now. And look, I never lost a day of work.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing, man. My wife, she running around. She didn't stop working or nothing, man. She didn't stop shopping. None of that.
Yeah, and that's how that shit get passed around, though.
Exactly. That's what, when she hit me with that, when she told me this morning, exactly. When she told me this morning, you know what? I said, that's some foul stuff, But now, in her defense, she didn't know for surely that because she got, like I said, she got them negative test results. But initially, when she lost her sense of smell and taste, she knew then, and she sat on that information and shared with anybody until this morning. She told me, and I was like, man, that's crazy. I was kind of hot, to be honest with you.
That's how that shit gets spread.
Yeah, and I was hot at her when she told me that, but I maintained my cool for the simple fact I'm all right. You know what I'm saying? But the second part of that is the fact that some things I need to discuss with you. I won't talk about on air, and so I just left it alone. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so just some crazy stuff, man.
Oh yeah. Damn, that shit's crazy. I'm just thinking
absolutely.
about shit, man. You. Oh,
and I said,
and then you
I
got
said
and it's
myself,
fucked up because she got a negative result, so that's fucked up, man.
Right.
They can't even determine. They can't even determine what they test.
Exactly.
If you positive or negative, they can't even determine that shit, man.
And I said,
man.
I said to myself, man, that see, let me tell you something, man. I didn't sleep in my bedroom for 2 weeks because I didn't know what was up with me from the beginning to the end. But I knew I had a cold, in the start of it. But just in case it was something else, I separated myself from the household. My wife was still cooking and everything, man, bringing me food, all kind of stuff, bro.
Yeah.
But I ain't knowing. You know what I'm saying? Because she sent me the results, the same results she got for her test. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. And I was telling everybody, my wife didn't have it. I told this one, I said, shoot, I've been telling everybody you didn't have it.
That's
so,
crazy.
Man, just crazy, man.
Yeah, it is, man.
Now I understand she was going by the test results. But
yeah,
because
that's all
having them different symptoms,
you
got to go and come clean, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then the way she was getting in her car, running around shopping, doing everything
I think I got that shit because I don't know. I tasting you should just be like, yo.
Yeah.
But I guess she was like, fuck it, I don't want to come clean with this shit because my results said one thing, it said I don't got it, so I'm gonna rock with that shit.
Yeah, and I think that's what she was rolling by. And see, that was her. I think in her mind that was her excuse for continuing to work. But
of course,
I'm gonna tell you, after she had them test results, I never heard her complain not one time. But she was still coughing. She was still coughing. And guess what? Like I said, every now and then she's still coughing.
Yeah, that's the shit. Probably still up in there, man. She probably still up in there, man.
I told myself this morning when she told me, I said, shoot, I need to just go on back upstairs. You know what I'm saying? And live up there again. Till she get a little bit more clear, because shoot,
Damn.
I was talking to my partner the other day. He tried to talk about he was healed up and all that. Next thing you know, nigga, cook up. Coughing kind of aggressive. I said, nah, nigga. Nigga, you still got it up in you, man. Still got it up in you. You know what I'm saying? So, I said, you ain't healed, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Sit down somewhere.
Got that cool
Yeah.
bag up, boy.
He was talking about, because when his wife was dealing with that COVID, man, I'm going to go in here and knock her off, man. I said, what? I thought you said she had COVID. She do. I went, man, why you going to go in there and take a chance on getting COVID then? Nigga bumped that. I got to have it. I said, okay, all right, then. Remind me to stay
God
away from
damn.
you. And and next thing you know, now he telling me, he said him and his wife been having sex before he was all the way finished with COVID. And I was like, man, y'all
They just passing
crazy,
that
man.
shit. They just passing that shit back and forth and
Back and
forth and
forth.
back,
Mm-hmm.
back
Mm-hmm.
and forth
See,
and forth.
first of all,
Yeah,
I would exactly.
what's that old fucking cameo shit? That
Yeah,
cameo shit.
back and
Back
forth and
and
forth
forth
and
and forth.
back and forth. Hey, that was a dope album right there, man.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
cameo shit. Oh
yeah.
man. Oh man, I don't give a
But
fuck,
yeah, man,
man.
I would have definitely not been sleeping in the same bed with my spouse,
Oh,
man.
cause you definitely
situation.
getting it. If she got it, your wife got
Yes,
it, and y'all
sir.
sleeping in the same bed, you
That's
definitely
how I
getting it.
got it. Man, look
Yeah,
here. I
you
don't care how
definitely
wide
getting
your
it.
king. I don't care how wide your king size bed is.
Nah,
Nigga,
man.
y'all get ready to lay there. You get ready to breathe that same air, man. The fan blowing
Yep,
in my
you catch
way
it.
and everything. She's snoring. I'm snoring, and I'm catching it all, man. That's what happened to me, man. I'm convinced now. And see, now I told her, okay, my truck broke down at the beginning of the month. She was already sick, right? And my truck broke down out of town, so I didn't get to go home. I had to stay overnight out of town. And I told her to go to the warehouse and move the car for me. And so when I started having a little itchy throat before I started officially coughing and thing, I said, Darren, I believe you don't gave me your code. He said, yeah, I probably did. I said, I believe you must have left me a little surprise in my car when you moved the car for me. Thinking someone left a little cold germ on the steering wheel or something, or on the door handles or something.
Yep.
She left more
You
than
gotta
that.
wipe that shit down. You gotta
Yeah.
wipe your shit down every time
Right, and that's
anybody other than you.
exactly. And see, that's what
Anybody
I
other
want.
than you.
That's
You gotta
right.
wipe that
And
shit
then
down.
that big. And see, I wasn't used
So
to
wipe.
her driving my car or driving. I don't drive hers often either. And so I wasn't thinking when I got home to wipe it off. I jumped in the car and let it warm up and fly onto the crib. Because I've been gone for so long. And I need to go to bed so I can drive later on at night. So I wasn't thinking. And when I got the itchy throat, got the cough, I said, oh shoot, she don't gave me her code. That's when it dawned on me. I didn't wipe the steering wheel off or the door handles or none of that. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
That's what
people don't realize, like what we call like the common cold and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of that shit was coronavirus that was giving people the cold. Coronavirus, the regular that you still that you always saw in the Lysol can and shit like that.
Yeah.
Because coronavirus been on the Lysol can.
Yeah, it's been on there. I still got a can of Lysol that I bought early 2020. Right as they were right before they quarantined us. I was running around trying to find Lysol and ingredients to make me some hand sanitizer, which I found at the last store. But I was only able to get 2 cans of Lysol. We still got one. And cause see, I bought them. My wife used one of them and not realizing I had bought 2, but she went and bought some other stuff later on after that can run down. But anyway, that Lysol can talk about that coronavirus.
Yeah, it's always been on there though. That shit been on there for years though.
For years.
Like coronavirus, it can give you like it's one of the things that you could get what we call the common cold from. That's one of the viruses.
It's also in the same family as the flu.
Yeah, all that shit.
Yeah.
All the things that was on those cans, like that Lysol and shit, that that's supposed to prevent. All those things could give you. What the fuck, man? This motherfucker big ass bus on slow. Get your ass out the way. All those things could give you a sickness like cold, flu.
Right.
That's what that Lysol is for, was to protect you against that shit.
Right.
You know.
And we got education for dogs and cats and things that protected them from coronavirus.
Yep.
Remember that some people talking about taking that for taking that dog medication, thinking it was gonna help against corona.
Yeah.
You might want to stay away from that. It ain't gonna, I mean, you
Yep.
can take it. It might not kill you or nothing like that, but it ain't gonna. I don't think it's gonna help you either because it's probably different chemistry formulated
I seen that report.
to
I
help
seen that report
pets.
about that dog. I seen that report about the dog that died from coronavirus and shit. There's a dog that died from that shit. They said, man,
Recently.
earlier or like during the when the shit a couple of months ago when the shit was hot and heavy and shit. I seen that report about that shit. But you know, with those them shit's been around. So it's funny. Like my lady, she works at the veteran hospital. She been working at that place close to 30 years, man. She ain't caught COVID yet. All her coworkers done had that shit. Even the ones who got vaccinated.
Yeah, they've had it.
She the only one. She the only one that ain't caught the shit yet.
Oh, she don't want to have it. Cool.
She ain't vaccinated. She's like, fuck that. I ain't taking that shit. But she looking to retire soon. She's like, I'm not taking this shit yet. I'm fuck out of here. And that's crazy. She the only one who ain't caught that shit. And she's the only one who ain't vaccinated. And her coworkers is vaccinated. And they all caught it.
Yeah.
That's one of them. That's why she was so upset about her. That's why she was so upset about her twin.
Her twin getting it. Yeah, I can feel that.
Her twin. She drive a bus. But I don't think she caught it from work. I think she caught it from her husband though.
School bus or city bus or what kind of bus?
She live in Pennsylvania.
Or charter bus.
She live in PA, so it's like whatever Pennsylvania, it's whatever kind of shit they drive out there. But it's like a it's not a charter. She live in Pennsylvania, so I don't think it's a charter. I think it's like the
city bus.
I guess I don't know. I don't really. I go out to Pennsylvania. I don't know how that shit. I don't really know how it run out there though. But she drives some kind of bus.
You know, most major cities have city buses. You know, run around town.
Yeah. It's some kind of some kind of bus like the city. It's like a similar to a city bus, whatever. But that ain't what she caught that shit.
A small version of the buses.
She caught that shit.
It might be.
She caught it from her husband.
Yeah. And what does he do?
Because he had it. He had it first. From that motherfucker. You know? But he was over by her. And actually, I think they legally separated, but from what I understand, but he be coming by her house or some shit because of her grandkids and some shit. But he had the shit. That's how she caught it. So, you know, I said my lady, she going through it because her sister got that shit and she ain't managed not to get it so far. You know? So I was like, God damn. I was like, I said, you work in a fucking hospital. The hospital is one of the most germ-filled places on the fucking planet. Germ-filled places to work.
All the sick folks go there.
Huh?
Look, all the sick people go to the hospitals and clinics. Matter of fact, one day last week, I was at the clinic on the 5th of January. I had to get my, I had to have my physical so I can keep driving these trucks, right? Medical, a DOT medical physical. And, man, I'm up in there, man, thinking that first when I first walked out, I said, it must be a COVID thing up in here. But the way they were telling me how much of a wait time and all the people they had in front of me, I figured the rest of them, a majority of them was in there for the same time as enough to get their, you know, DOT medical exam. No. All of them goes up in there for COVID, man. I was probably the only one in there to do what I was doing.
Damn.
And so I was worried about if I was going to be sick again, man, with something. But I had, you know, I kept my mask on the whole time.
Yeah, that's a
See,
must.
I don't go anywhere in the public where there's a lot of people potentially without my mask, man. Now, if I'm walking around outside by myself,
Yeah.
I'm cool. But I wear my
Me
mask
too.
when I go in a building. There's a lot of folks, man.
Yeah, me too.
I
I
don't
rock go
care
around.
how crazy people think I look to them. I'm trying to protect myself and protect others in case, anything's wrong with me. You never know
Yep.
till you feel it.
Same thing with me, man. Same thing. Yep, same old thing.
Like Champion Hart out here schooling folks on the aspect of protecting their immune system, building their immune system up so they'll be well protected. We got to put that suit of armor on. Tell them about that, Champion Hart. You got to put that suit of armor on. Building your immune system is like putting a suit of armor on.
Hell yeah.
To help combat that stuff. And I think being that I eat a lot of fruit and stuff on a daily basis, I think that helped me with my situation. The fact that I started taking that at emergency 1,000 milligrams. That
Yeah,
was a big
yeah.
help too. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta take that shit. It's
I
only
was
one of
eating
my.
them oranges and drinking that.
Yeah.
Shoot. Next
Yeah,
thing you know,
that
I
definitely
started feeling like
strengthen you
He-Man
up.
again.
Yeah, that definitely is
Mm-hmm.
strengthening you up.
Now,
my spiritual teacher used to always tell us,
yeah.
man. He said when it's this time of the year, even before the COVID shit, he always used to stress for us to like take 200 milligrams a day. He said of the vitamin C minimum. If you're doing
Right.
nothing else, you could do more, but he said you should at least be doing that to help your immune system stay stronger.
Right.
Yeah. So
Now,
and it would definitely help.
I had 3 oranges yesterday as I was driving. I don't have any oranges tonight, not because I ran out. I chose not to bring any oranges on my trip tonight. I only brought apples. I brought 4 apples. I'm down to 2. Now, when I get home, I get finished driving, get home, I'm popping one of them 1,000, one of them emergency packs, 1,000 milligram. That's gonna be one of my beverages when I get home today. No, being that I didn't eat the oranges last night.
Yeah, I mix that shit in my smoothie, man.
You can never protect yourself enough, in my opinion. Or do
Look,
you?
the immune
That's
system.
what's up.
People take for granted. People take for granted how much your immune system does from the day that you come into existence until the day you transition. People take it for granted. Your fucking immune system is fighting hundreds of thousands of bacteria and different things from the day you existing in your mom womb until you come out until the day you transition, yo. But because you living and shit and you good most of the time, most people take it for granted.
Right.
Now when something like this come along with the COVID and shit, then everybody up in arms, not understanding your immune system is created to combat shit like that.
Right.
Because every day of your life, man, once you come out your mom womb, and even when you in there, at points, it's bacteria and shit fucking with you. Your immune system got to resist that shit so that you can live.
Yeah.
Like this is how much we take that immune system for granted. The fact that you living beyond from the day that you got created more than get your ass out the street. From the day that you got created, when that sperm and that egg combined and made your ass, take it for granted, man. And if you have halfway a decent diet, which most of us don't, most people don't got a real good diet to the way that a human being's diet should be. Most people eat a lot of shit that they ain't supposed to be eating because of this, the world, the society we live in.
Right.
And even with that, even without you not putting the best fuel in your body, your immune system still protects you in ways most people will never understand.
Absolutely.
I remember when I was little and shit, like in the 70s. I don't know if you remember this TV movie came on Channel 7, ABC. It was that story about that boy that lived in that bubble.
Yeah, the boy in the plastic bubble. I think was that John Travolta. Who played that part? Was it John Travolta? No.
Nah, it
Some
wasn't
dude
John Travolta.
with dark hair. Yeah, he was younger.
Yeah, some dude with
yeah,
John.
but I remember that. The boy in the plastic
remember that
bubble,
shit?
man. That was
boy living in
yeah,
the plastic bubble and shit. His immune system was so weak he had to live in that bubble.
Right. That was the first. That movie scared me, man.
Yeah, remember that shit?
Because I was worried about something like that happening to my kids or something.
That motherfucker was living in that fucking plastic bubble, man. I remember that shit with these kids, and it was like his immune system was so weak. He had to live in that bubble. But
man, he had to have his room fixed up a certain way to protect him as well.
Protect him as well, yeah. He couldn't be in nothing because of that. Because his fucking immune system is so weak.
Right.
But that all goes to show you right there. That should show you right there just how much our immune system is fighting on a daily basis. That individual had to live in that fucking bubble.
Yeah.
Because his immune system was so compromised and so weak. He couldn't even exist in the way that regular people existed.
Right.
Out in the world. So that's why I said we just take for granted, man, just how much our shit do, because we just normal for us to be able to be alive. Not go outside and die the first time you touch some shit that's bacteria. Your body go to work. Your body go to work fighting that shit. And the reason why you have a lot of people dying from this sickness and shit, a lot of it got to do with those other existing sicknesses and illnesses and shit that people be having.
Mm-hmm.
People ain't as healthy as they should be because of how we eat and shit like that.
That's it.
Diet.
Yeah.
Major proponent, man. To your
health.
What?
I don't know if it was a dream. Yeah, it had to be a dream. But I walked in a classroom, a kid's classroom a few days ago.
Okay.
Now, I think it was a dream. Like I said, I know it was a dream because I hadn't been in it physically in somebody's classroom.
Uh-huh.
And they were, I had to, when I go in there, man, the classroom was empty as far as the kids. The only people that were in there was one staff member. The kids have been sent home. And it was like just employees there, teachers and all that. They were having them clean out their little mailboxes and all that, take their stuff onto the house because they didn't know how long they would be before they come back in. I'm like, man, it's getting wild around here.
Yeah. What triggered that shit?
Man, I don't know. Probably the same thing triggering it now.
Oh, okay.
I probably was sleeping. And sometimes, man, I doze off, man, while I'm in my recliner, man. May and may not dream, but if I dream, it might be something way off the Richter scale that it wasn't even anything I was discussing with anyone or looking at on YouTube or anything, So it be happening sometimes. on, man. You know what? Sometimes, man, I be feeling like my wife, my granddaughter, how my granddaughter got a vendetta against me, like, let's keep granddaddy stupid about some stuff. But I know about my household, you know. They know more about what's going on around my house than I do. And it's like they be trying to play me stupid around there, bro. But I don't know.
Damn. That's crazy.
I blame my wife more than I blame my granddaughter, of course. But if anything, they just want to keep me happy. I'm the man in this truck, you know, controlling the you know what they're doing. I ain't gonna work on it. Yeah, I'll be worried about I don't know what I was getting ready to say, man. I had something came up in my mind, but it ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about.
Oh shit. Triple Thompson.
Hey, I didn't know old Rick Glazer and Freeway Ricky had hooked up, do some business together.
Oh, did they? I don't know. I didn't see that interview
Yeah,
from
yeah.
the beginning.
I didn't see it from the beginning, but I saw enough of it. Now Bill Haney came on last night.
Yeah, that's when I caught it from that part, like a little
yeah.
bit before
Yeah,
that.
me too.
A little bit before that. A little bit before that.
Yeah, he giving the old boy the business.
He was letting him have it.
Mm-hmm.
He was letting him have it.
Right.
Letting his ass have it.
Right. Yeah. What do you think? What's your take on that? Have you done any investigation on that Crawford issue?
What you mean? About the shit with him and that he's suing Bob Aaron?
Yeah.
I haven't done a real. I just was finding out the
touching on it
information
earlier, but I didn't catch everything.
I was just, I just was finding out about it really when I got on Fred's show, but because it popped up on my YouTube, like
yeah, that he was, a few other a few other YouTubers.
Yeah, a couple of the YouTubers put it up. Dante put up something. Champside has something up. I'm subscribed to them.
Right.
It popped up. I just didn't have the opportunity because I was busy. I didn't have the opportunity to look at it.
Right. I was trying to listen to some of the Champside information while I was laying down trying to rest. That didn't work out so well, of course. But and plus at that time when I started listening, I don't know how long he had been on. Hey, you know what? Did you hear when Fred asked Rick Glaze what he thought about Clarissa Shields?
I caught the end part of it. That's where I came. Like the end part of it. I caught more of that. The end part of it because I heard him say some shit about her being nasty or some shit like that.
Nasty
I caught like
lady.
the end of it. I didn't really I didn't catch the full. I didn't catch the full of that.
He's talking about.
That's why 817 was when they let him have it.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna tell you something, man. That Fred was trying to tell her how to handle herself. About a year and a half, 2 years ago. But she didn't, she wasn't feeling Fred for some reason or another. But let me tell you something. Hopefully she saw that interview or somebody sent that part to her, and hopefully she'll learn through that she got to deal with people a little bit different because to win me or Central, to win me over, you don't necessarily have to talk all flirty and sweet and talk about your panties and what's inside your panties and talk about your bras and what's inside your bras. To win me over, you got me because you're a boxing fan. But I hope she took to heart, if she did hear about it, I hope she took to heart what he was saying because basically that's to give her an indication on what the masses are thinking of her.
She ain't gonna do that.
I know.
I doubt it, cause she too successful. Like she's been a very successful, accomplished boxer in a predominantly male sport.
Mm-hmm.
So she feels she has to be that way.
She's about to be more successful. She don't land this 7-figure deal. With was it Matchroom or the Zone? Matchroom, I think.
So I don't expect that she's gonna change. She's too successful. Like she ain't no
it's not with Matchroom or the Zone. It's Sky Sports.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she ain't. Hell no. She too successful. She not gonna do that shit. She gonna be who she are. She gonna be herself. Like and you're gonna have to either like her or don't. She gonna be on it like that. But I heard him going off a little bit about that. I didn't catch the full gist of it.
Yeah. I like what he said though. He said that his fighters, the fighters that he's representing in the past, he said everybody, all these promotion companies, they like dealing with him because it's easy. He said if a fighter's gonna get $10,000 to fight, they can sign him in at $2,000. If the fighter gets 25, on and on, they get 35, 45, or whatever. They get 10% less of it, which ain't bad. But what I loved about it the most is if his fighter gets rewarded $20,000 to make his fight, he ain't taking no money from the fighter. He getting the money from the promoter. And I respect that.
Okay.
Because if you think about it, if you got 5 or 6 solid individuals around that you're accustomed to dealing with, and got these lights kind of trick me out a little bit up here where I'm at. But anyway, if you got in that case, boxers are his clients. So if you farm them out and you're doing about let's say he do about 12 fights per year, and you don't have no tied situation with any particular person. That's a good thing because there's potential to do business with like a rental company or something like that. Man, what I said probably ain't made no sense at all, man. It didn't make no sense to me, to be honest, at the end of it.
Right. We get tired, man be going on his own little rants and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Cause shit, you was talking just now. I'm sitting in my car in front of my spot. I was dozing off and shit as you was talking.
Yeah.
Thinking about what
They don't
I'm
understand.
about to store.
They don't understand, man. Oh, you said you were going. You did go to the store?
Nah, I'm thinking about if I. Now the shit they open it up a half hour later now.
Oh, okay.
I do need to go over there and get something, bro. Shit. Damn it. It was perfect when it was like this. It don't hardly be nobody in the store.
Man.
You know?
Mm-hmm. That's the way I love it, bro. Go in, take your time if you want to. Really check things out. Make your selections. Pay for them, get on up out of them.
Yep, yes indeed.
What time was it when Cal jumped off?
It was early. He said he was doing something with the babies, his kids. He said, y'all gotta go deal with the babies.
Okay.
The kids. I do something with my kids. I think the kids was acting up or something. It was something dealing with the kids. That's why he's supposed to be coming back.
Yeah, he was sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I noticed when I got finished before the end of that Rick Glazier interview, I got a phone call. I was on that phone call for a minute until I was trying to come on, and I had the opportunity to go do what I need to do, and then get on back home before it's too late. And, man, I'm talking outside my neck again. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm tired. I hate you, man. I'm tired too. Shit.
What was
I got the
what
heat
was I
on
saying
in my
about that
car.
Rick Glazier?
I don't know. All
Yeah,
you said was Rick Glazer. You just said Rick Glazer.
Yeah, I was going to say something about him.
Yeah, I guess
And
so. That's why you said yeah. You said that Rick Glazer. Then went in a whole other direction.
Well, I was talking about. Well, I saw. I got a phone call, and so I lost track of it. And I went back to finish listening to his interview,
Mm-hmm.
and then I came over to try to get on with y'all. And I noticed I ended up realized that Cal was behind his icon.
Yeah.
And I saw that my alert came over at 12:49 for the boxing section. So, he had, business had been open for a minute. Yeah.
Okay.
I gotta speed this truck up. Hey, you watch you watch Sports Center or either boxing every morning when you get home, don't
you? Yeah, one of the two. I'll see what's on Box
Yeah.
Nation, something I like, or
Box
some
Nation.
or
Yeah.
or what you call it oh yeah, well, Sports Center or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm. Man, I got this homeboy, man. He's got his own marketing company, right? He's been doing it for years, and he also, his primary thing, how he put himself on the map, he's always promoted concerts, right? And I did some work, some deliveries for him about a year and a half ago. Well, he hit me up yesterday about telling me to call him. So I called him. He telling me he need me to same way he needed me about a year and a half ago. He need my help today. So when I get home today, I got to fool him. But man, this fool here, man, I'm so regretting that I told him I holler at me. You know, I give him a call, or either he give me a call if he hadn't heard from me by a certain time. I sure don't want to fool with him when I get home. I want to go home and go to bed, man. But it's hard for me to turn down opportunities to earn a living. You know what I'm saying? And see, the thing is, being that he's a brother and I know him, we don't know each other like home. I mean, like we roll together, nothing like that. But we knew of each other from high school, and you know, we had some of the same customers. But man, I know it's gonna be a hell extra job trying to work with him. Cause he, you know, when I did a demo, this dude got he got a contract year before last for to distribute the signs, the political signs for the Democratic Party in the state of Tennessee. That's a pretty good contract, you would think. I don't know what it was worth to him, but he was not the most organized person I ever worked with. You see what I'm saying? He wasn't organized. I gave him a discount cheaper than what I normally charge other companies. Trying to work with the brother, help him out. You know what I'm saying? I know he's gonna be dysfunctional and unorganized tomorrow when I mean today when I try to help out. They ain't gonna be all for that bull crap. Let's see. I hate when we did try to deal with one of us, man, and we don't handle our business. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm a little lost, man. I dozed off. Who you talking about again?
Yeah, I know. A homeboy of mine, he got his own marketing.
Oh yeah. I remember now. Yeah, I remember
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
I heard that part. Yeah.
You know, sometimes sad to say, man, but sometimes, okay, when I help him, it's the hardest I work. I work harder trying to help him out than I do it. Then it costs me in energy for any and everything that I do.
That shit is the worst.
Cause he's never organized. I told him last time I dealt with him, I said, man, you don't have to be more organized than this, bro.
Get shit away from you. Like you giving more than you getting and all that shit. Nah, man.
Right.
Them type of babes go so.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have
I steer clear.
to look
Since I've gotten older, I've learned to steer clear of those types, man. I don't fuck how long I knew you friend or not.
Right.
It's a choice. It's a choice what you choose. What you choose to allow into your life, man. It's a choice. Just your will. You know, and most of the negative things you have in your life, you choose to let it in there.
Right.
You know,
every time.
We choose that shit for whatever benefits we think we getting. And most of the time, it don't be worth the hassle, man. You know,
Right.
It really don't. Peace of mind, man, it's priceless.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You can't put a price on it. Happiness, peace of mind, all that. Can't put a price on it, man. Most important. Most of the time, it can give you longevity in this world.
For real, man. Oh shit, yo, man, I'm out there. I think I'm
Yeah, I
out.
know. No, you're going down. Hey, you like
I'm
Rolls
sitting in the
Royce
car. I
right
ain't even
now.
get out the car yet, man.
I know it. That's why I be falling asleep in the car a lot too. But look, you remind me of the song Rolls Royce put out a long time ago. I'm going down.
Oh
I'm
shit, it's
going
just over.
down.
It just overcame me.
Yeah,
But
it's
I didn't
all good.
really
You don't
rest.
gotta.
I didn't really get to rest well yesterday when I got
Yeah,
off work. That's why.
having your girl
Yeah.
out. Mm-hmm.
Nah, not just that.
Yeah.
I did a couple of things because I had to. I was up. But I was on partially because I was on the phone with you on the show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we were on late yesterday morning. You're right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, so I stayed on longer than I intended to because you know what we was talking
Mm-hmm.
about. So then I had to try to take a quick nap.
Yeah.
I had to get up. I had to take one of my elders. One of the elders was getting his was doing his road test
Okay.
for his license. So I had to take him. I had to take him to do that. So I only might have got about 2 hours of rest before I got right back up and shit and got ready and shit and went and took him. You know, I went and washed my car, went by the post office. Then went and took him. Then my lady, I had to deal with her, with what she dealing with, trying to help her feel better, you know, with her sister. So that's probably why this shit kicking in on me like that right now.
Yeah. Man, this cat talking about he can stay up 7 consecutive days.
More power to him.
Exactly. I ain't gonna never try to stay up no 7 consecutive days. I don't even
More
want
power
to
to
stay up.
you, good brother.
I've done a 2-day thing when I was a kid, teenager. But I'm not getting ready to try to do more of that, man. Get that bull crap.
Yeah, I've done that. I've done that madness recently.
That
Like
cat,
recently.
this cat is young, man. Because when you get
Yeah.
older, your body gonna force you. You might be able to do a 2-day thing or 1.5-day thing, but your body gonna force you to shut down.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
So
It's a
when you
fact.
get older, things will change.
That's what I was looking for. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. I put my Bluetooth disconnected from the car. Get my ass up. This motherfucker.
Said he had to.
Yeah, that's how because I've been in those situations in the past, like last year, a couple of times, work situations and shit like that and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
where I was just up. Okay. Don't get knocked off. Oh, man.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can rest, man, because I'm going to be off today for a little while. I'll get a little bit of rest. I get a
Oh, you
little
don't
bit of
have to
rest.
work tonight.
Nah, I'm off tonight, but
That's good, man.
I might have to train somebody, though. So I don't really get no fucking break.
Oh, okay.
And I got some shit I got to do. I got some other stuff I got to do, but I got to get back in the fucking gym heavy. It'll probably start maybe next week or the week after. I'll be heavy back in there. I got to try to make some time for myself to work out, too, man. Yeah, I got to really make some time for myself to really work out myself, man. You know, sometimes it don't seem like it'd be enough time in the damn day to do
Yeah.
everything you need to do. You know?
Mm-hmm. Right.
You really don't.
Yeah. You got one.
Hope I don't
I
get
mean, you
knocked on
need to
my
get your
phone.
rest, man. You go ahead and
Yeah,
get
I
your
am. Yeah, when
rest,
I get in this house.
bro.
Yeah, you too, man. Be careful in that road, man. Sound like you
Yeah.
dozing and shit. Sound like you're dozing on.
Yeah, man, I appreciate it. Absolutely.
Try to stay up.
Yeah, I'm not too far from next stop.
Okay.
And I'll once I get this next stop off, then I'll be invited over to somebody to keep me company over the phone while I make a few miles. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? You know, these hours in the morning, I got a few little friends that like to reach out and touch somebody's hand, make this world a better
Yeah.
place
Yeah.
if you can.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, though, my man got him a nice load there. But man, I'm gonna
Huh?
holler and you get
Yeah,
your
no
rest,
doubt.
man, and so you can feel
Yeah,
better.
you too, man. Yeah. I'll holler
Yeah,
at you,
bro.
man, later. What time you gonna be back? Well,
All right, my man.
what's
Word.
your time difference from where I'm at? Huh? Cinco.
I'm an hour behind you.
Yeah, hour behind me. All right.
You're an
So
hour.
I'll
Oh, you
reach
talking
out.
about
I'll reach
what's
out.
the time difference or
Yeah.
what? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Behind you? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You said about an
Okay.
hour. You said it's an hour. An hour.
Yeah. Yeah, 1 hour.
All right. All right.
Yeah, 1 hour.
Yeah. I'll reach out. I'll reach out to you later on. By the time you get back up, I don't know how
Okay.
you.
All right, that's a bit.
I know you're gonna be resting during the day.
All
I'll
right.
reach out to you.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Okay,
Check out
bro.
my peace out to
Appreciate
the
you.
boxing session. Everybody in the boxing session. Peace out to y'all, man. Hope y'all was informed and entertained by the show this past shadow hour, early shadow hour, and hopefully we'll get back at it a little later on. Y'all stay safe out there. Avoid that shit. Avoid those variants. Y'all stay safe out there. Everybody in the chat.
Word. Yeah, I'll give it up for my brother, best pugilist, real boxing,
All right, y'all.
boxing mind.
Y'all stay safe, man.
All right, bro.
Love y'all, man. Peace.
Absolutely. I
All right,
appreciate you, bro.
later.
Later.
Same
All right,
here.
later.
Later.
Hey, what it do, what it do, what it do. I'm holding on, I'm holding strong. Yes, you are. I'm weary of face tattoos now. I ain't never liked them anyway. I'm not a real big fan of tattoos. I don't have any. Never will plan to get any. Some of them look nice. Some of them look like, so I don't know. I said, now let a hit squad come at you. There are 5 cities over trying to get me. My Honda Accord looks like I use car now. Man, you gotta be careful in them streets, bro. Don't let uh don't let folks get you caught up like that, man. It ain't worth it. Hey, my motto is I always want to breathe to see another day. What are you putting on your brakes for, idiot? Get over here. Something's full of trouble there. Got green light. I'll be that. I'll be that. I'll be that. Go. Part that Red Sea for me. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, how that be just really getting sleepy, but I'm trying to go. Not trying to go into that good night. Yep. It's a crazy mixed up world. It's a dog eat world. No, I knew that. Did you? Mm-hmm. Those. I mean, I didn't close my eyes, but I mentally dozed for a second. Hey, Patricia, how are you? Yeah, yes, I'm driving. What's going on? What's going on? There you go. Get ready to make this turn. I'm gonna need to turn this heat down. If I didn't, if I really, really need the heat, it probably wouldn't work. Not correctly, anyway. You good? That's what's up. How's you still dating? Just wonder how things are going with you and you know, the lucky guy. You heard me snore for a second. Kept, I did it. I Yeah, I probably was trying to talk when you heard me because I hadn't closed my eyes, but I can snore with my eyes open too. So it was either snore, either I was trying to say something, and I was kind of on and groaning, because mentally I knew what I had to say was a sleepish statement that had nothing to do with what I need to be talking about. We going good. He's a butthole at times. Oh man. Okay. Well, hey, as long as you're enjoying yourself, that's all I care about. I, he let him. He Now don't let him remain a butthole, but you're gonna run across a few like that. I don't have to tell you, but as long as you cool, then I'm cool. Don't let him. Don't let him. You know, yeah. Make sure they don't get a chance to get away with too much. Hmm. Uh, I know you do. It's my girl. Keep him straight. I bet he gets excited when he see you, right? them shelters. We something else. We know how to affect people in such int- int- interesting ways, I should say. You know what I mean? See what's about to pull up on the site. Yeah, yeah, we seem to have that effect on some people, where just like J. Cole, if you're familiar with J. Cole, just like J. Cole say, can't get enough, can't get enough, can't get enough, eh, can't get enough of what you got. Uh, yeah, see, yes, we are awesome people. That's right. Tell them again. I keep trying to tell people. They don't believe me, but I ain't bragging, but the females that I've encountered over the years, they believe me. But the fellas, when I'm just having general conversations, telling them, they think I'm talking crazy, and that's okay because I can care less what they think. It's all about them Phillies for me. I like the Phillies. Yes, indeed. Yeah. You ready to pull up on my stop here in Sheffield, Alabama, which is a neighboring little town in between Muscle Shoals and Florence, Alabama. And they're gonna see. I don't know if they got their door fixed or not. They probably haven't. Ooh, I barely missed that pole. That's because I'm a precision driver. It is precision. They didn't get their door fixed, so set the stuff outside again. It's fine with me. My truck looks like a goon. Needs to be washed bad. Yeah. Y'all bear with me. I got to get a load out of this truck. I had to make a shoot. Normally I would take me a power nap, but I'm trying to get home. I got some other stuff I got to do when I get there, and shoot, I don't want to prolong it too much longer because I wish I hadn't committed to doing it. Wish I can take my butt on home, fill my fuel up, that fluid in my truck that is, and get the stuff off. Shoot, I ain't even got. Until I get the stuff out, I ain't even got in the back and got the stuff out of the truck yet. Still sitting there. I closed my eyes for a second, and as I was talking to y'all about getting out of the truck, I never did get out. Yeah, man. Should have went on to sleep between 4 and 5 like I started to. Shoot, I didn't go to sleep till after 8. Big difference. Big difference. No, no, ain't pop. Mm. Yeah, I don't find myself sitting here taking a little nap. We have about 3 minutes in already. Yeah, better go and get this done. Mhm. Yeah, it's a tired world. There's a home slick world. Man, I'm about to get something. Mm. Hey, good night, little piece of soul. All right, my sister, you take care. Until next time, enjoy life. Stay happy, okay? Peace to you as well. I'm getting ready to get out of the truck, man. I don't stole 5 minutes already. Yeah, tired, body tired. So I'm hanging it up. I have to get me a, I have to get me a friend to talk to on the phone directly or something. Nah, I mean, man, it's impossible. Yeah. Oh, shit. All right. Anybody out there got something to chat about, to talk about? If not, we might need to shut this one down because I'm not really helpful right now. But if y'all got something you want to talk about, topic or something, let's do a little chatting about it, and I'll speak on it. That will, in essence, help me to wake up as well. Hmm. I don't stole 8 minutes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. see. What's wrong with a woman being obedient to her husband? You know, there ain't nothing wrong with that. You know, but if the husband's being disrespectful, being a little bit too overbearing,
Also,